Chapter 1299. Lu why do you hate the Dharma Supreme so much? Asked Wu Jueqing. Chulu rolled her eyes and said, I heard that the Dharma Supreme had once deceived you and is a great enemy of yours. Therefore, I must avenge you no matter what and help you vent your anger. How can he make an enemy out of you? He deserves to die, said Chulu filled with righteous indignation. Even though he knew that his disciple was just trying to suck up to him, and that the reason she wanted to torture the Dharma Supreme was definitely because the Dharma Supreme had created rumors about Chu Yang, saying that Chu Yang was an extraterrestrial demon. These words really lacked the slightest bit of truth, but Wu Jueqing was still greatly comforted. Chula smiled and said, Yes, I will beat up anyone who offends my teacher. Teacher, you will help me, right? Yes, said Wu Jueqing, but I praise you not because you want to avenge me. Then why? Asked Chulu perplexed. That's because my disciple has already reached the point where she doesn't even blush when lying, speaking words that even she herself doesn't believe in with an absolutely truthful tone. This is really not a waste of Master's teachings. Master is at ease, said Wu Jueqing. Ayaya. Teacher, Chu said shyly, I'm not that good. Wu Jueqing rolled his eyes and sighed. This mischievous and eccentric disciple really gave Master Wu a huge headache. Smart, too smart. Having a photographic memory and being able to deduce other things from one instance was normal. Drawing parallels and finding new insights was normal. But she was just a little too smart. Sometimes, she was so smart that she could treat her teacher as a fool. For example, they could lie with their eyes wide open, but still look sincere and cute. Or they could pretend to be innocent when they don't believe you at all. Or they could secretly tease you and still look pitiful. Or they could know everything, but still act like they don't know anything. The only consolation was that his disciple was extraordinarily diligent in her cultivation, and her progress was extraordinarily fast. This made Wu Jueqing, who was a first-time teacher, feel a sense of satisfaction. Especially after leaving the Yi clan, Wu Jueqing had once unintentionally asked what treasure she had found in the Yi clan's treasury. Chuler looked embarrassed and said, Seeing that their family is an old friend of Master's, I didn't have the nerve to take too much. I only took a few that I've never seen before. She was going to give it to Big Brother. It was said that Big Brother liked it a lot. Wu Jueqing was so infuriated that he almost died on the spot. He kept sighing. Silly girl, silly girl. How can you be so honest? This is really a case of entering a treasure mountain, but returning empty-handed. This really makes this old man sigh. Thus Wu Jueqing got Chuer to take out the items for him to appraise. At the same time, he also had to teach his disciple, don't be so honest in the future. Just pick the good stuff when I tell you to. Well, it's not ours anyway. It's a waste not to take it. However, Chuler had just taken out the soul of the purple crystal and the jade snow spirit ginseng. Wu Jueqing was already on the verge of passing out. Was he too embarrassed to take it? When the monarch sword was taken out, Wu Jueqing was already shaking his head and sighing. Imagining Yi Qinshin's awful countenance, he was already somewhat gloating. But if he took out the heavenly lunar treasure and other items, Wu Jueqing was left speechless. He had to admit that he was getting old. In any case, if he had gone in himself, he wouldn't have been able to get any of these items. Teacher, are these items okay? Upon hearing Chu Lu's words, Wu Jueqing had the urge to vomit blood. Okay. They were practically too okay. And too full. I reckon Yi Qinshin must be crying right now. Wu Jueqing guessed maliciously. How did you do it? Wu Jueqing asked his disciple. Chulu put on a shy and pitiful expression. Nothing much. I just let each of them have a taste of the two items that teacher said were pretty good. In exchange, they also took out items that were better than the rest for me to appraise. That's all. When Wu Jueqing heard this, he had a strong urge to announce to his disciple right there and then, You've already completed your apprenticeship. This kind of ruthlessness and shamelessness, this old man really can't compare to you even after cultivating for a lifetime. How shameful. Teacher, are there a lot of experts in the Northwest? Chula asked. I keep hearing people talking about the Northwest these few days. It seems like the Yi clan is also on their way there. There are quite a number of supreme martial artists, right? If you follow me, even if there are 10,000 supreme martial artists in front of you, you can ignore me. You can also ignore it. Wu Jueqing said conceitedly. When he said this, there was a very invincible aura and a kind of loneliness at the top. What he meant was, disciple, you didn't acknowledge the wrong teacher. Chulu was very dissatisfied at once. She pouted and said, Teacher is so annoying. Who told you to boast? I'm asking, is it dangerous for Big Brother Chu in the Northwest? Wu Jueqing instantly felt like a fly had suddenly flown in while he was enjoying a table full of delicious food. He said fiercely, In my eyes, there are no experts in the Northwest. But in front of that big brother of yours, there are experts everywhere. Any one of them can tear him apart 7 or 8 times in the blink of an eye. With that lousy cultivation of his, I can crush him to death with just a little finger. A breath of air can suffocate him to death, and a fart can kill him. To think he actually came out to roam the martial world. The more Wu Jueqing spoke, the more he gritted his teeth. The more he spoke, the more satisfied he felt. It was as if he had already killed that Chu Yang who had ruined his good mood with a fart. Chuluer's little face darkened. She looked at him very unkindly. Teacher, oh, good disciple. It was quite fun when I grabbed your beard and swung it on the swing the last time. Chulu rubbed her palms together. Let's do it again. It was quite fun when you grabbed my beard and swung it on the swing the last time. Wu Jueqing's old face twitched, and he hurriedly corrected himself. Actually, your big brother is still fine in the Northwest. He is young and handsome, and his cultivation is not low either. He has good manners, and is also an upright person. Generally, no one would bully a gentleman like him. After all, the martial world nowadays is still very particular about rules. As Wu Jueqing spoke, his stomach churned. Her. Chuluer's eyes turned into crescents. This girl loved it when people praised her big brother the most. No matter what it was, as long as her big brother was praised at the beginning, she would immediately listen with great interest. What else? What else, teacher? Chulu urged excitedly. What other benefits does my big brother have? Wu Jueqing's face turned green. Your big brother is handsome, suave, elegant, kind, reasonable, well-mannered, elegant, with dashing brows and bright eyes, benevolent and happy to help others. Ugh, there seems to be a sound in front. Chuluer's ears had always been very sharp. There is a sound, but it's still 20 miles away. Wu Jueqing said, and it's over there. Let's not join the fun and hurry to the Northwest to find your big brother. Okay. Chuluer nodded obediently. There was indeed a sound, and it was not small. Elder, you are kind. I appreciate it. Chu Yang politely declined the other party's invitation. Little one, do you think that what I say is just fart? The yellow-robed, elderly man opposite him had a dangerous look in his eyes. That's not true. It's just that we cannot be restrained. Even if, I'm afraid that we will break the rules of your clan. Whether we break the rules or not. I have a final say. Today, this old man has already spoken his mind. If you don't agree, you're not giving me face. If you don't give me face, why should I give you face? You will definitely die in front of me. Little one, think carefully. The yellow-robed, elderly man looked at the 5 of them coldly. I have a bad temper. You only have 1 breath time. I will count to 3. If you don't agree, you will die. As he spoke, he raised 3 fingers. 1. He wanted to recruit the 5 of them, of course, with ill intentions. The Qin clan's wind-chasing supreme martial artist team was too rare, because 8th grade wind-chasing beasts were just that. Spirit beasts were hard to tame. There was no need to mention it. And that elder master was also dead. Taming spirit beasts was also impossible. Even the offspring of these existing wind-chasing beasts, even though they were freely reared, they were still wild and hard to tame. They could fight alone, but once they cooperated with their masters, they would be full of mistakes. The wildness and pride of 8th grade spirit beasts could not be erased without beast taming techniques. As a result, the cubs could not be used at all. As a result, the 300 wind-chasing beasts were extremely loyal to their current masters. If one of the current team members died, they could then announce that even though that wind-chasing beast was not dead, it was also useless. Therefore, every time they went out on a mission, so they were extra cautious. Every time, they would find a few scapegoats along the way, or cannon fodder. These people were mainly used in the periphery, or for scouting, or for other cannon fodder positions. Of course, in the past, they would promise great benefits or a bright future. But this time, they were in too much of a hurry. Once they heard that the Tribulation Sword Master had appeared, the clan master immediately gave the order. The wind-chasing cavalry set off overnight and did not find any suitable goods along the way. Now, they finally found them, and 5 of them at once. Time was too tight. How could they be interested in taking it slow? Unwilling? I will beat you until you are willing. You have a bad temper? Shu Yang was almost amused by him. His eyes slowly shone. He said lightly, "You have a bad temper, but my temper is also not good." The 4 people behind him were already so angry that they were about to explode. Shu Yang could not bear it anymore. Humans fought for their dignity, and Buddhas fought for their incense. After being forced to such an extent, if he could still endure it, then he wouldn't be a man. Although he was not as strong as the other party, and the situation was worse, Shu Yang would never give in. What was the Chun clan? How could they let it be a slave? The yellow-robed elder slowly raised his eyebrows and looked at Chu Yang from the corner of his eyes. "You have a bad temper too?" Chu Yang's mouth revealed a mocking smile. He said lightly, "You make me unhappy." The yellow-robed elder was stunned. Then he suddenly laughed. Before he finished laughing, the 4 people said together, "Our tempers are even worse. What are you going to do?" This chapter is a bit difficult to write. I wanted to pretend to be polite and take the opportunity to escape. But as I wrote, my temper became bad. My temper is indeed not good. Chapter 1300. Ha! The yellow-robed elder laughed coldly and said, "Bad temper. This is an illness. It has to be treated." Chu Yang said, "If this is an illness, then, elder, we're in the same boat. Why don't we treat it together?" The yellow-robed elder said coldly, "No one can treat my illness, but I can treat your illness." Chu Yang smiled. "Only a divine doctor can treat it." The yellow-robed elder's face became colder and colder. He waved his hand lightly. "Take down this arrogant man. Teach him a lesson." Instantly, a dozen wind-chasing beasts, along with their masters, came forward. "Wait!" Chu Yang shouted and took 2 steps back hurriedly. As Chu Yang retreated, his sleeves swayed naturally. Some strange substances under the control of the sword spirit in the tribulation space scattered in the air. They were colorless and odorless. He took 2 steps back hurriedly, seemingly in a panic. He had already gathered with Wei Wuyin and the others. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to them. "Once they take action, leave immediately. Go up the cliff to the other side of the mountain." Wei Wuyin and the others' faces didn't change, but they had already heard it. The Qin clan obviously came up with this idea on the spur of the moment, and their main target was in the northwest. As long as they escaped, or even distanced themselves, they would definitely not chase after them. Compared to the 5 of them, the Tribulation Sword Master and the Li clan were much more important in their hearts. "Wait." The yellow-robed elder squinted his eyes. "It's too late to regret now." Then he waved his hand. "Take them down." Chu Yang was shocked. "Let's go." The 5 of them quickly leaped toward the mountain they had jumped down from. Below, except for the dozen people who had already caught up, the others didn't move at all. They crossed their arms and looked at the 5 of them mockingly. "You actually want to escape under the pursuit of the wind-chasing team?" No one had ever managed to escape before. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yang and the others had already reached the top of the mountain. Behind them, the dozen wind-chasing beasts roared and leaped up with their masters. Chu Yang and the others leaped up again, even faster this time. They rushed toward the top of the mountain. But the wind-chasing beast's name was not in vain, and the supreme martial artist experts on their backs were not in vain. More than 10 wind-chasing beasts followed closely behind, and actually caught up to Chu Yang and the others even though they started later. A sinister smile appeared on the faces of the 10 or so supreme martial artists. In their hands, a huge net was slowly spreading out. Everyone's eyes revealed a pleased smile. The yellow-robed old man's eyes were filled with sinister delight. You dare to disobey me? Later, I'll let you know what it means to be unable to live or die. In the next moment, Chu Yang and the others were about to be captured. It was at this moment that something unbelievable happened. The 12 wind-chasing beasts that had already leapt into the air suddenly cried out at the same time. The 12 supreme beings above let out a muffled groan at the same time. Then, walala, the 12 wind-chasing beasts and the 12 supreme beings fell down like 24 stones. Cough. Someone asked why it was 24 yuan. A supreme martial artist riding on the back of a wind-chasing beast could only be considered as 12 boulders, but that was the problem. The wind-chasing beasts were very heavy, but the supreme martial artists were very light. Therefore, one after the other, it was exactly 24 boulders that fell from the sky. Cough. From this, it could be seen that the density of the bodies of spirit beasts and humans was different, and Chu Yang and the others rose rapidly. They were about to reach the top of the mountain and were about to leave everyone's line of sight. Everyone below almost couldn't react in time. What's going on? Shadowless poison. The yellow-robed old man roared angrily. He took a step forward and shouted, "Catch them!" The next moment, his body was already hundreds of feet in midair. He struck out with his palm. This palm strike was launched with fury. Instantly, the sound of wind and thunder rang in the air. All of a sudden, cracks appeared in the surrounding air, and several black spatial cracks flashed and disappeared. After that, only then did the sound of wind that sounded like the roar of an old dragon. The palm strike was like a cannonball that shot out of the barrel, blasting fiercely. In the air, it transformed into an extremely huge golden hand that was hundreds of feet in radius. It seemed to cover the sun in the sky as it smacked down fiercely. Although it was launched later, it reached first. Chu Yang and the others were only one step away from reaching the top of the mountain. But at this moment, a feeling of death suddenly arose in everyone's hearts. A kind of pressure that belonged purely to hell came from the air. It made the 5 of them breathless. "Go quickly," Chu Yang roared. At this moment, the sword spirit took over his body. A ray of sword light shot out like a waterfall. It turned into a hurricane that was like a furious dragon and met the huge golden palm head-on. Sword intent. Although it couldn't fully exert the full power of the sword intent, this blow was no small matter. Boom! The sword light and the palm collided in the air. Chu Yang let out a cry and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew up unconsciously. The sword light dissipated, and the sword spirit directly fell into the tribulation space, as if he had lost consciousness. Chu Yang's consciousness immediately took over his body, but he found that his 5 internal organs were almost ruptured. He hurriedly ate the incomplete version of the heavy pill, forcibly stabilized his body, and flew towards the top of the mountain. Wei Wuyan and the others also turned pale when they saw the remaining power. The huge golden palm in the air suddenly dimmed. Below, the yellow-robed old man's face suddenly turned pale. His body shook violently, and a look of disbelief shot out from his eyes. But the huge golden palm that had already dimmed didn't relax at all. It just paused and paused for a moment. Then it slapped down again. Although its power was far less than the previous time, it was still unstoppable. He had also calculated that after Chu Yang blocked it this time, he wouldn't have the ability to block it a second time. The yellow-robed old man already had the intention to kill. He was really angry. He had to kill these 5 people on the top of the mountain like swatting flies. Chu Yang sighed in his heart and drew out the tribulation sword again. Even if he had to risk his life, he had to block it once. Otherwise, even if he could escape, the other 4 would definitely die. Looking at the mountain that was only 30 feet away from him, he felt powerless. At this moment, a howl that sounded like that of a dying beast sounded beside him. This howl was full of resentment and desperation. Wei Wuyan, Wei Wuyan howled. The muscles on his face were all distorted, and the scars on his face were all twisted weirdly. He suddenly twisted his waist in the air and hit the backs of one Rinjia and the other two with 3 palms. The tyrannical palm force hit the 3 high up in the air. Then he suddenly turned around and pounced backward. In an instant, he was in front of Chu Yang and kicked Chu Yang's stomach crazily. Chu Yang screamed. Caught off guard, he was kicked high up into the air and over the top of the mountain. And Wei Wuyan howled with the recoil force. He roared. A black shadow burst out from his whole body and rushed towards the big golden hand that was slapping down rapidly. He had already gone crazy. This madness that came from the bottom of his heart made Wei Wuyan's strength seem to have increased by a few levels. An unparalleled power was unleashed. His body was flying rapidly. The black fog on his body was also getting thicker and thicker. He rushed towards the big golden hand without changing his direction. Wei Wuyan couldn't help but go crazy. In this world, what I treasured the most since the beginning. My parents are gone. They were killed by villains. My wife and children, whom I treasured the most, are gone. They were killed by my stupidity. They died unjustly and miserably. Then, the master-disciple relationship that I relied on for my whole life was shattered one day and turned into a huge scam. Now, I have nothing left. I'm only left with these few brothers. Friends. But my most treasured friends and brothers, you want to kill them too? Kill them in front of me? Ah, Wei Wuyan screamed crazily. I'm still here. Who dares to touch them? I'm still here. Who dares to touch them? His voice was full of pain and despair, full of regret, full of resentment. When his parents died, he was muddle-headed. When his wife and children died, he was muddle-headed. He wanted to rush to them when they were in danger. Then he would roar and step forward bravely, protect his family. But he didn't manage to do it. He didn't even see them for the last time. Now, this roar was like a challenge to the heavens, an unyielding battle cry in the face of fate. I'm still here. Who dares to touch them? Wei Wuyan turned into a wisp of black smoke and rushed out. The next moment, there was a loud bang. Wei Wuyan's 17 consecutive palms hit the golden hand. This period of time was too short. He only had time to hit 17 palms. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the continuous explosions, Wei Wuyan spurted out blood. His whole body was used as a weapon and collided violently with the golden hand. A space crack suddenly appeared in the sky and then disappeared. The golden hand suddenly disappeared. On the ground, the yellow-robed elder's body shook violently. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His face turned purple and then red. After 5 such changes, his face regained its white color. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, the sword spirit used all his strength to control the sword intent. 70 to 80% of the attack's power had been neutralized. Then, Wei Wuyan used his own life and soul to collide with the attack. Finally, the attack dissipated. The whole mountain shook violently. Wei Wuyan's body lost all senses and consciousness. He flew backward. Along the way, his body was like a tattered gunny sack. Blood splattered everywhere. Chu Yang's feet had just stepped on the top of the mountain when the mountain shook violently. But he didn't care at all. He tiptoed and flew out to meet Wei Wuyan's body that was flying backward. Wan Rinjia and the other 2 had already crossed the mountain. But at this moment, they climbed back desperately and watched anxiously. Wei Wuyan's body slammed into Chu Yang's arms. The strong impact made Chu Yang's ribs creak, and one of them broke. Chu Yang didn't let go of Wei Wuyan. He held Wei Wuyan tightly. The huge force made Chu Yang's body fly backwards. Blood spurted out from the corner of Chu Yang's mouth. He tried his best to concentrate on checking Wei Wuyan's injuries. The next moment, he suddenly roared with great resentment. Chen Clan, it's time to start the year-end Author of the Year and Works of the Year. I hope everyone can vote for me. To be honest, I'm still coveting that golden keyboard. I hope everyone can support me. Now that the Works of the Year are behind, it's slightly better for the authors. If everyone is interested, you can put them in the Author of the Year. Thank you. In addition, Our Alliance Master Long Yinue is also competing for the Alliance Master of the Year. I hope everyone can support me. The deputy moderator has put in a lot of effort for the proud world this year. I hope everyone can vote for the deputy moderator of the year. Chapter 1301. On the other side of the mountain. The master and disciple were hurrying on their way. Suddenly, the heavens and earth shook. It was as if a fight between experts had caused such a huge commotion. Wu Jueqing looked at him indifferently and said, "It's fine. On the other side of the mountain, it doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with us." Yes. Chulur felt a little uneasy and said, "I wonder what kind of expert could have such power. What kind of experts have nothing to do with us?" Wu Jueqing snorted and said, "They're just a bunch of small fries fighting. What's there to see?" At this moment, a heart-wrenching voice suddenly cut through the air. "Chen family!" Chulur shuddered. It's Big Brother's voice. Big Brother is over there. Chuyang. Wu Jueqing was also stunned. Why was he here? This was too much of a coincidence. "Let's go." Chulu didn't wait for Wu Jueqing to reply. She had already activated her movement technique and shot toward the mountain peak like an arrow leaving the bow. As she ran, she said, "Teacher, hurry up. It must be dangerous for Big Brother to shout like that. You're fast, so you can go first." "Why should I go first?" Wu Jueqing was extremely dissatisfied and very uncomfortable. "Why are you so scared when you hear your elder brother's voice? You actually dare to order your master around? You actually want me to go over and be the cannon fodder for your big brother? Am I such a worthless master?" Seeing that Wu Jueqing actually didn't move, Chulur panicked. She cried out, "Teacher, if you still don't go and something happens to my big brother, I will sever all ties with you. I'll expel you from a sect." Wu Jueqing instantly felt dizzy. Expel me from a sect? This seemed to be something that only a master could say to his disciple. However, he knew that Chu was really anxious now. Wu Jueqing couldn't help but let out a long sigh. To think that I, Wu Jueqing, have dominated the world for 30,000 years. Master, hurry up and go. Chulu's anxious voice interrupted Wu Jueqing's lamenting. Wu Jueqing shook his head helplessly. With a flash, he disappeared with a whoosh. Chuyang was terrified. Wei Wuyan had completely lost his breath. In his arms, her head hung limply. Her eyes were still wide open, glaring angrily at his internal organs. Under the crazy attack of the other party, all of them were turned into dust. Sword Spirit! Sword Spirit! Chuyang carried Wei Wuyan and ran. Quick! Quick, think of something. The Sword Spirit had already fallen into a coma. He couldn't hear it at all. He couldn't answer Chu Yang's question. Chuyang panicked and fed Wei Wuyan a genuine heavy pill. He also took out a piece of heaven-nourishing jade at the same time. He placed it beside Wei Wuyan's mouth. After the heavy pill went in, it had no effect at all. The heavy pill was only useful for people who were still alive. As long as they were still breathing, the heavy pill could save them. However, Wei Wuyan had lost all his vitality. His internal organs were all destroyed, and his meridians had collapsed. Even his blood vessels had stopped circulating. The heavy pill was actually powerless as well. The heaven-nourishing jade turned into a stream of light and entered Wei Wuyan's body. Wei Wuyan's soul had also been shattered by the attack just now. Although the effect of the heaven-nourishing jade was miraculous, it was only effective on a complete soul. After this piece of heaven-nourishing jade entered the body, once the heaven-nourishing jade entered Wei Wuyan's body, it could only silently collect Wei Wuyan's broken godly soul in an invisible place. It couldn't revive him. Chuyang ran frantically. Wan Rinjia and the others followed closely behind him. Their faces were full of anxiety and grief. However, they didn't dare to ask, "How is old Wei?" Because Chuyang had been busy. Everyone was also watching. They were afraid that they would disturb Chuyang and cause Wei Wuyan to be unable to revive him. Behind them, nearly 100 wind-chasing beasts rose into the air under the command of a supreme martial artist and chased after them rapidly. The yellow-robed elder was at the front. "Little, where are you running to?" Leave the antidote for the shadowless poison. I'll leave you with a complete corpse. Chu Yang ignored the situation behind him. He only carried Wei Wuyan and ran. He longed to find a quiet place to think of a solution. The distance between the two parties was closing rapidly. The yellow-robed elder was getting closer and closer. He was an 8th-grade supreme martial artist. His speed was extremely fast. Although he was slightly injured by the attack just now, it definitely didn't affect his speed. If it wasn't for the shadowless poison, he could have already killed Chu Yang and the others at this moment. However, if Chu Yang and the others died, the antidote for the shadowless poison would also be gone. It would mean that his clan had lost 12 supreme martial artists before they even reached the battlefield. He didn't want to bear such a heavy consequence. Little stop. The yellow-robed old man flew past Chu Yang and stopped in front of Chu Yang with a schwa sound. His eyes were filled with tyrannical pleasure. It was these few tiny ants that could actually injure him. They could actually escape so far from him. He even poisoned 12 of his subordinates right under his nose. This was simply inconceivable. Chu Yang's figure suddenly stopped. His eyes quickly swept past both sides. In this short moment, the left and right were already filled with wind-chasing beasts. There was no way forward, no way left or right. It was even more impossible to retreat. Take out the antidote. I'll leave your corpse intact. The yellow-robed elder put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Antidote." Chu Yang gritted his teeth and laughed. "What antidote? You want to die?" The yellow-robed elder flipped his sleeves and revealed 2 skinny palms. "Little, don't think that you can ignore everything just because you're not afraid of death. You must know that there's a feeling in this world called being unable to live or die. Between life and death." Chu Yang smiled indifferently. So what? The situation now was already extremely bad. It could be said to be a pure, hopeless situation. There was absolutely no hope of escape. 5 people. One was already dead. The remaining 4 2nd-grade supreme martial artists were surrounded by more than 100 8th-grade supreme martial artists. The weakest among them was a 1st-grade supreme martial artist. There were 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, 7th grade, and many more. How could they escape? However, at this moment, Chu Yang's heart suddenly relaxed. If it was destined that I, Chu Yang, would fall here, then it was nothing. It didn't matter. He also finally understood where his previous ominous feeling came from. It turned out that it was right here. It was precisely because of this ominous feeling that he insisted on traveling with Wei Wuyan and the rest for a period of time. Now, it had indeed come true here. Chu Yang was already at the end of his rope. Instead, he let go of Wei Wuyan's life and death. Since both brothers were going to die, then they would just die together. Taking a step first and taking a step later, it was the same path. Chu Yang slowly raised his head and looked at the yellow-robed elder. He smiled slightly and said, "The people of the Qin clan are very good. Today I'm going to die here. But, old thing, listen carefully. It's best that you kill me quickly. Otherwise, as long as I have a chance of survival, I swear here that I'll slaughter the entire Qin clan, not leaving even a chicken or a dog. If I violate this oath, I'll be punished by both heaven and man." Chu Yang said solemnly and cautiously. Then, he lowered his head and looked at Wei Wuyan's face. He pulled out his sword and stabbed it deeply on his wrist. Blood dripped down. This was the first time he made an oath wholeheartedly. Blood oath. Although his voice was calm, the smell of blood contained within its sword. It was filled with deep hatred and venom. Everyone who heard it couldn't help but shudder. And Chu Yang was in his heart. He repeated this oath in the name of the Tribulation Sword Master. Perhaps the yellow-robed elder didn't know, or perhaps Chu Yang didn't know, that this blood oath was the only blood oath that the Tribulation Sword Master had ever made. A ball of blood suddenly flew up from Chu Yang's body and stood in the air. It turned into a strange pattern and disappeared in the sky. The yellow-robed elder said with a fake smile, "I don't need to make an oath. I can kill you now." At this moment, a tired voice said, "No, you can't kill him." "Who is it?" The yellow-robed elder suddenly turned around. On the top of the mountain, a piece of space suddenly shook. Then, a figure in black suddenly appeared on the top of the mountain. He was hundreds of feet away from everyone. A piece of cloud rose and covered his face. His whole person seemed to be in the cloud and fog. Only a pair of cold eyes, as if tired from seeing through the world, were looking at them calmly through the cloud and fog. "It's me," the black-robed man said matter-of-factly. "Who are you? You dare stop me?" The yellow-robed elder's pupils contracted. He felt that the other party was an expert, but he wasn't afraid at all. With more than 100 supreme wind-chasing martial artists, even if Ning Tianya came, he would dare to fight. "You're right. With me standing here, no one in the entire heavens can touch him." The black-robed man sighed softly. "Because I won't allow it." "How arrogant." The yellow-robed elder laughed. But the next moment, the black-robed man's body flashed. Everyone only saw a blur in front of them. That thin figure had already entered the encirclement and stood in front of Chu Yang. Not a single person in the crowd had seen clearly how he had entered. The yellow-robed elder's face changed. He shouted, "May I ask who you are?" The black-robed elder ignored him. He turned around and put one hand on Wei Wuyan's pulse. Then, he shook his head and said to Chu Yang, "I'm afraid." Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "But his soul is also broken. Even if I die, even if I can't save him, I have to keep his soul. I have to fulfill his wish." The black-robed man pondered for a moment and said, "If Lu has the heavenly moonlight treasure." Then, he actually started to discuss Wei Wuyan's injury with Chu Yang, as if there was no one else around, even when he was surrounded by more than 100 supreme martial artists. "How dare you?" The yellow-robed elder felt a little guilty and shouted, "Shut up." The black-robed man turned around and looked at him coldly. "You're not a dog. What are you shouting for?" "Cough. I just didn't learn physics well." "Do you have to be so tearful to write the 4th chapter? Pleading for votes. All kinds of votes." Chapter 1302. Shut up. The black-robed man turned around and looked at him coldly. "You're not a dog. What are you barking for? You call me a dog?" The yellow-robed old man was so angry that his whole body started to tremble. "How dare you? Teach this arrogant man a lesson. Who dare to call him that in thousands of years?" Now that he heard this, the yellow-robed old man almost fainted. At his command, several supreme martial artists rode forward on their wind-chasing beasts. Everyone had been waiting for this command for a long time. This black-robed man was too arrogant. Everyone couldn't wait to teach him a lesson. They knew that he was an expert, but even if he was, could he fight against so many supreme martial artists alone? What a joke. The black-robed man stood up slowly. The muscles on his face twitched, as if he was smiling. Then, he said lightly, "Someone will naturally pay for the blood debt you created. I didn't want to overstep my boundaries, but since you've delivered yourself to me, I won't be polite either." With a wave of his sleeves, 2 sleeves flew out smoothly. A ball of colorless and odorless light blew strange smoke surrounded Chu Yang and the others for 100 feet. Then, with a puff, it suddenly filled the entire mountain peak. The wind-chasing beasts carried their masters and charged forward. They charged into the light blue smoke. The next moment, suddenly, a terrifying thing happened. All the supreme martial artists and their mounts who had entered the blue smoke suddenly fell to the ground silently. The next moment, no matter if it was a human or a beast, all of them convulsed twice and then stretched out their legs. A burst of light blue smoke rose from their bodies and merged with the blue smoke that surrounded Chu Yang and the others. The blue smoke became even thicker. The 30 to 40 people and the 30 to 40 wind-chasing beasts that had entered this area were all lying on the ground. Their bodies were constantly emitting light blue smoke like firecrackers that had been lit but did not explode, only emitting smoke. But whether it was man or beast, the muscles on their bodies were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the blue smoke increased, the people and wind-chasing beasts on the ground silently turned into skeletons. Then, with a crash, an even thicker blue smoke rose from the pale white bones and scattered on the ground. turning into a pile of white powder. Another wave of green smoke rose. Even powder like this. It also disappeared without a trace. A total of 33 supreme beings, along with 33 8th-grade wind-chasing beasts, disappeared without leaving a single trace behind. Even the spiritual beast's inner core was dissolved and turned into blue smoke. Everyone's eyes widened and their mouths gaped. Looking at this strange scene, they rubbed their eyes desperately. One of the middle-grade supreme martial artists was very close, and one of his hands had already touched the blue smoke. When he saw this, he quickly retracted his hand. With a somersault, the wind-chasing beast flipped back, only to find that blue smoke was already rising from its hand. He tried his best to stop it, but to no avail. With a fierce roar, he unsheathed his sword and chopped off his arm from his shoulder. Blood gushed out. The arm fell to the ground and jumped twice before disappearing into blue smoke. At the same time, his mount also turned into a cloud of blue smoke. On top of the mountain wind whistled, but the blue smoke didn't disperse. Vaguely, it seemed to be expanding outwards. Dead silence. Supreme demon smoke. You are Wu Jiu etching. The yellow-robed, elderly man shouted as if he had seen a ghost. Then, he took a few steps back, his face pale. At this moment, the smoke on the face of the black-robed man was also gone. The yellow-robed, elderly man finally remembered who this black-robed man was. No wonder he felt a little familiar. There was a portrait of him in the clan, but it was better if he didn't recognize him. Now that he did, this 8th-grade supreme martial artist wanted to cry. Who would have thought that a few cannon fodders would actually provoke this great god? Yes, with nearly 100 supreme martial artists attacking together, even Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing would be flustered. But this definitely didn't include Wu Jiu etching. Wu Jiu etching's poison technique didn't care about the number of enemies. As long as it wasn't a middle-grade supreme martial artist, there was no way they could resist Wu Jiu etching's poison. Even if there were 10,000 of them at the same time, he would be able to wipe them all out at the same time. The black-robed man was, of course, Wu Jiu etching. He said with some surprise, "So you call this poison the supreme demon smoke? I have always called it dreamy and fantasy blue." Look, isn't this blue smoke the color of dreamy and fantasy? The yellow-robed elderly man wanted to cry. All the supreme martial artists looked at the smoke in the sky with reverence. They couldn't help but feel a wave of disgust. Yes, this color was indeed dreamy and illusory. Just by looking at it, one would feel comfortable. However, this was something that could take one's life. Moreover, a large portion of it was actually emitted after the supreme being had been burned, and then fused back in. Just thinking about it made one feel a sense of fear and the urge to vomit. Such a deadly thing was actually called dreamy and illusory blue. Once this blue appears, life will become dreamy and unreal, Wu Jiu etching explained calmly. Don't think that it's just a compliment. The yellow-robed elderly man looked as if he was crying and complaining. He said with difficulty in a hoarse voice, "So it's Elder Wu who has come in person? Junior Chun Tianxing of the Chun clan pays his respects. Just that. Ha, these little brothers. Ha, there's more or less some misunderstanding. Elder Wu, please forgive us." "Misunderstanding, I know." Wu Jiu etching nodded. "As long as you can save this little one, I'll take it as if this matter never happened. I'll forgive you." As he spoke, Wu Jiu etching pointed his finger at Wei Wuyan. The yellow-robed elderly man, Chun Tianxing, only wanted to give himself a few slaps in the face. Save? He knew clearly how much strength he had used, not to mention a 2nd-grade supreme martial artist. Even a 4th-grade or 5th-grade supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to survive. It was already very lucky that his palm didn't smash this little one into smithereens at this moment. Chun Tianxing's eyes were full of regret as he looked at Chu Yang and the rest. Helplessness and regret. If he had known that they were related to Wu Jiu etching and that Wu Jiu etching himself was nearby, he would rather kowtow to them and let them go than have any ideas about them. The dead can't be brought back to life. Chun Tianxing swallowed his saliva. "My condolences, Elder. The Chun clan is willing to pay any compensation." as long as Elder is satisfied. Yes, of course, my condolences, Wu Jueqing said matter-of-factly. But he's dead. Since he's dead, there has to be a price. Don't you think so? This is a blood feud. Chun Tianxing nodded repeatedly. His face became even more bitter. Yes, yes, yes. But he felt extremely wronged in his heart. Only one of you died, but on our side, the souls of these 33 people have already returned to heaven and earth. As for the 12 people below, with you, Wu Jueqing, there's probably no antidote, and they'll definitely die. Your deaths are a blood feud, but didn't we also have deaths? Furthermore, the number of deaths was even greater. But this sentence was something that he wouldn't dare to say, even if he was beaten to death. Chu Yang, how do you plan to deal with him? Wu Jueqing looked at Chu Yang, who had been silently taking care of Wei Wuyan. I made a vow just now. You should have heard it too. Chu Yang's eyes slowly turned blood red. I want him to watch the entire Qin clan get annihilated, not leaving even a chicken or a dog alive. Good, Wu Jueqing said in a low voice. Then, let him go first. Chu Yang said word by word. Revenge must be taken with my own hands. I want to take revenge for Wu Yin with my own hands, no matter what, even if it's completely devoid of conscience and against heaven and earth. I want the Chun clan to be annihilated. Chun Tianxing shouted, Sir, what you're saying is wrong. Only 100 people died. More than 40 people died on our side. I understand that you're sad that your brother died, but aren't the ones who died also brothers? Aren't they the flesh and blood of your descendants? If it was before, he would never have said these words, because if he did, it would be equivalent to begging for mercy. But now he had to say it, because this person had a close relationship with Wu Jueqing. If he wanted to annihilate the Chun clan, it was really not a joke. Chu Yang laughed bitterly. He said, So, we all want to take revenge. Everyone has the same thought. Everyone has the same idea and will not rest until one of us is dead. But all of this is built on top of strength. If you can kill me to take revenge, I have no complaints. But if I want to kill all of you to take revenge for my brother, it's also reasonable. In your heart, even if all of us die, we can't compare to one of you. In my heart, it's the same. Chu Yang slowly raised his head. I don't want to say much about the cause and effect of this matter and who is right and who is wrong. I only want to say one thing. Even if the entire Qin clan is annihilated and not even a chicken or dog is left alive, it won't be enough to appease the hatred in my heart. Chun Tianxing was stunned. Chu Yang was right. In fact, the other party didn't even care about right and wrong. The cause of this matter was, of course, the Chun clan being unreasonable. But the other party didn't care about this. I don't need a reason to take revenge and kill. I don't need any reason. In fact, I don't even need any righteousness or height. Only one reason is enough. My brother is dead. This reason is enough to wipe out any other reason, any premise, any justification. A figure flashed at the top of the mountain, and a clear voice called out, Big brother, are you all right? Then, a little girl with delicate makeup ran over. She ran into the blue smoky place. Everyone was still in shock when they saw the little girl actually run in as if nothing had happened. Then, she cried out joyfully, Big brother, it's great that you're all right. I'm all right. But Brother Wei. Chu Yang frowned and gritted his teeth. He forced back the tears that had already rushed to his eyes. A light mist appeared in his eyes. Big Brother Wei? What's going on? Chu Luer was shocked. Then, she saw Wei Wuyan. Teacher, quickly save my big brother Wei. Chun Tianxing closed his eyes and felt extremely dejected. So this little girl is Wu Jueqing's disciple, and this person is this little girl's big brother. Chapter 1303. Chu Luer shook Wu Jueqing's arm. Wu Jueqing sighed sadly. He was known as the poison doctor back then. Not only was he skilled in poison, but he was also extremely skilled in medicine. The moment he saw Wei Wuyan, he knew that there was no hope. Chu Luer's eyes reddened. She started to sob. If you don't want me to kill them, I will ask them to get lost, said Wu Jueqing to Chu Yang. The sooner the better. Chu Yang nodded. He turned around and said calmly, Chun clan, Chun Tianxing, remember? My name is Chu Yang. When I, Chu Yang, arrive at the Chun clan one day, it will be the time when the Chun clan is exterminated. Chun Tianxing snorted. He wanted to say a few harsh words, but his lips moved, and he didn't say anything in the end. He waved and shouted, "Let's go." They were about to leave. Wu Jueqing frowned and shouted, "You want to leave just like that? Have you forgotten the rules of the martial world?" Chun Tianxing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He raised his hand and chopped off his little finger. It fell to the ground. He trembled all over and said, "Elder Wu, is this enough?" Wu Jueqing shook his head mercilessly. "Not enough." Chun Tianxing took a deep breath and chopped off 2 more fingers. "Elder, do you think this is acceptable?" Wu Jueqing frowned. "If you still don't satisfy me after the 3rd time, I will do it myself." Chun Tianxing roared and used his palm like a knife. With a crack, he chopped off his left shoulder and threw it on the ground. His whole body twitched and his face was pale. He said word by word, "I'm sure Senior will be satisfied now." Wu Jueqing's face turned cold. "Be more respectful. I am keeping you for Chu Yang. Otherwise, do you think this is enough to satisfy me? Kneel, kowtow, then get lost." Chun Tianxing began to pant heavily. Everyone behind him also looked furious. Wu Jueqing was really going a little overboard to say that killing someone was nothing more than a nod of the head. As the 7th elder of the Chun clan, Chun Tianxing had already chopped off his fingers and arms 3 times. He actually still had to kowtow and beg for mercy before he was willing to let him go. Wu Jueqing rolled his eyes and said coldly, "If you don't kowtow, all of you will die." Chun Tianxing shouted and spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned and knelt down. "Farewell, Heavenly Star. They definitely couldn't die here. If they couldn't even make it back, they would definitely die here. If the other party came knocking on their door in the future and the clan was completely unprepared, it would truly be a calamity. Scram." Wu Jueqing spat out coldly. Chun Tianxing's body trembled as he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He couldn't even stand up. His body trembled, and he fainted. The other members of the Chun clan carried Chun Tianxing on their backs and silently retreated. From beginning to end, Chu Yang did not raise his head. Wan Renjia and the other 2 looked at the Chun clan's people leaving with hatred in their eyes. They gritted their teeth so hard that the sound of grinding could be heard. "Lu take out your heavenly moonlight. Cooperate with Chu Yang's heaven-nourishing jade and help him collect his soul," said Wu Jueqing. Under Wu Jueqing's command, Chu Yang cooperated fully, slowly merging the heavenly moonlight treasure and the heaven-nourishing jade. A pure white radiance slowly gathered around Wei Wuyan. They formed a large circle. It wrapped his body inside. Then, bits and pieces of illusory fragments rose from Wei Wuyan's body and slowly formed the shape of a human body in the circle of light above. More and more illusory fragments gathered, and slowly they turned into Wei Wuyan's appearance. Chula's tears flowed out uncontrollably. After a long time, the fragments stopped emerging. Wei Wuyan's illusory body. It had also completely recovered. He opened his eyes and seemed to have seen Chu Yang and the others. There was actually a gratified smile on his illusory face. "Brother Wei," Chu Yang took a deep breath. Your wish has been fulfilled." The illusory Wei Wuyan nodded repeatedly, his gaze urgent. The Wuyan sword had already been shattered into pieces by his attack, but at this moment, the illusory Wei Wuyan was also holding onto a sword. The Wuyan sword. Chu Yang was extremely sad. It was just last night. The conversation with Wei Wuyan was still clear in his ears. Wei Wuyan said, "I won't take the initiative to seek death anymore. Actually, I can't bear to part with all of you. I really can't bear to part with both of them, but now that I have brothers, I can't bear to part with them too. Although I won't take the initiative to seek death, if I die in battle, I still beg you to fulfill my wish and bestow upon me the heavenly orchid." At the thought of this, Chu Yang felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Wei Wuyan's heart was like dead ashes. He had long wanted to die. It wasn't easy for us to persuade him not to take the initiative to seek death anymore. It wasn't easy for us to set up a new goal for him in life and let him have new worries, but at this moment he died. The teasing of life really made one speechless to the extreme. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but also felt powerless and helpless. If he was going to die, why wait until he had hope and sustenance again? Wouldn't this be too cruel to him and his brothers? Too cruel. The eyes of Wei Wuyin's illusory figure exuded urgency. Chu Yang closed his eyes helplessly. Wu Jueqing sighed. Exerting force with both hands, he exerted the maximum cultivation of a peak second-grade supreme martial artist and slowly formed an aura, slowly squeezing. Wei Wuyin's illusory figure was squeezed onto his own body in an instant, but he couldn't enter. Wu Jueqing snorted and pressed down with all his strength. Wei Wuyin's illusory figure entered his own body. Of course, it was impossible to return the soul, but it could create a phenomenon similar to the one before death. Quick! Wu Jueqing's face was red. Obviously, he had already done his best. At this moment, Wei Wuyin's body shook and blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth again. His eyes seemed to be open, but not open. Chu Yang's hand was as fast as lightning. At this moment, a piece of heavenly orchid arrived at the corner of Wei Wuyin's mouth. Then, the heavenly orchid immediately turned into a colorful stream of light and disappeared. Wu Jueqing coughed and slowly stopped. His face looked even more tired. For someone whose soul had already been shattered and who couldn't be any more dead, to use external force to forcefully press the soul back into the dead body. Even Wu Jueqing wouldn't be able to persist for long under this kind of extreme exertion. As Wu Jueqing stopped, the illusory figure from just now slowly rose from Wei Wuyin's body. At this moment, it was obvious that Wei Wuyin's face was full of joy. On top of Wei Wuyin's head was a tin-colored flower petal. He looked at Chu Yang gratefully and glanced at the faces of his brothers with reluctance. He revealed a smile. His lips seemed to move. He couldn't speak, but Chu Yang could still tell from the shape of his lips that Wei Wuyin had said something. Little Jean, I'm coming." Those were the names of his deceased wife and child. At this moment, Wei Wuyin's face was gloomy. His eyes were filled with anticipation and apprehension. Chu Yang only felt that his eyes were hot. He said loudly, "Brother Wei, it's not that you don't have the face to see your wife and child. You've just been deceived. It's not your fault. And you've already taken your revenge. You can go and look for them gloriously. Take care of them. Tell them, this is good news. Do you understand?" The illusory Wei Wuyin's face relaxed, and he nodded at Chu Yang. "Brother Wei, I wish you a family reunion." Chu Yang clasped his hands. "If there's a next life, we'll be brothers again." Wan Renjia, Cheng Duing, and Bao Buhuan clasped their hands and bowed at the same time. "Brother Wei, I wish you a family reunion. If there's a next life, we'll be brothers again." Chu Luer sobbed. "Big Brother Wei, I wish you a family reunion soon." Illusory figure. Wei Wuyin clasped his hands together and clasped his hands. He bowed deeply towards everyone, then stood up and bowed deeply towards Wu Jueqing. Wu Jueqing smiled and waved. Wei Wuyin's body floated up. With a reluctant look on his face, he waved at Chu Yang and the others. Then he rose higher and gradually disappeared between heaven and earth. In the vast heaven and earth, there seemed to be a faint sigh that dissipated quietly. Just like the melancholy in Wei Wuyin's heart, Chu Yang sighed deeply. "Chu Lu!" cried in Chu Yang's arms, her eyes swollen. "Big brother, do you think Big Brother Wei can reunite with his wife and child?" "He can. He definitely can." Chu Yang stroked Chu Lu's hair and said softly. He seemed to be comforting Chu Lu, but Chu Yang was also comforting himself. "I really hope that you can find them. I really hope that all of you can have a next life. If there is, I hope that all of you can be extremely happy in your next life." After sending Wei Wuyin off, everyone became somewhat silent. Wan Renjia, Cheng Duing, and Bao Bu were still digging the grave with all their might, wanting to bury Wei Wuyin's body. They didn't use their cultivation but only used their hands and long swords to dig in the most primitive way. It was as if Wei Wuyin hadn't been buried for a moment, and he was still by their side, and still alive as their brother. Although they knew that it was impossible, the three of them still persisted in doing so. They wanted this feeling of their brother's existence to stay for a moment longer. It was also good. Chu Yang looked up at the clouds and the sky in a daze. At this moment, he was somewhat incomparably resentful. He was resentful of fate and resentful of heaven. If it wanted him to die, why did it give him hope and concern? Since it gave him hope and concern, why did it cruelly let him die when he just had the concern and sustenance to live on? Wu Jueqing stood beside Chu Yang. "What's wrong?" Chu Yang took a breath and said lightly, "Nothing. It's just that now, I feel that the so-called heavens, the so-called fate, is really very fucked up." Wu Jueqing imitated him and took a deep breath. He said sympathetically, "Yes, it's indeed very fucked up." Back then, he said the words "back then," and suddenly shut his mouth. Chu Yang knew that he was reminded of his brother back then, Brother Jie back then. Chu Yang didn't turn his head to look, but he could still feel Wu Jueqing's lips trembling. Chu Yang could feel the bloody pain in Wu Jueqing's heart, as if he was being dismembered after a long while. What even Chu Yang didn't expect was that Wu Jueqing finally managed to finish his sentence. Although he forcefully suppressed it and made himself remain calm, even Chu could hear the tremor in his voice. "Back then, I also had a brother like this. I also had one." He raised his head, closed his eyes, and said softly, "Will they have a next life?" This sentence was very soft, as if he was asking Chu Yang, as if he was asking the heavens, as if he was asking himself. Chapter 1304. Every time Wu Jueqing mentioned his brothers, he would always cover his face with a cloud of mist. He didn't want anyone to see his expression at this moment. He missed them, he was persistent, but he was also proud. "The people of the world do not understand my pain, my bitterness, my loneliness, my pride, and my satisfaction." Looking at Wu Jueqing's pained expression, Chu Yang, who was originally conflicted, couldn't help but sigh deeply. Although Wei Wuyin had died, his next life would be created by himself. Now, it wasn't long before Hong Wuliang's death. Generally speaking, if Wei Wuyin's wife really died unjustly, as long as her soul wasn't extinguished, it was very likely that she would still exist. Of course, as for Wei Wuyin's son, he should have long disappeared in the cycle of reincarnation. What kind of hatred could a child who wasn't even a year old have? But Wei Wuyin's wife was different. Therefore, as long as one was willing to put in the effort to search for Wei Wuyin's death, or rather, if there was something in the dark, then it wasn't impossible for Wei Wuyin to reunite with his wife. Chu Yang was sorrowful, but he was more or less comforted. But Wu Jueqing's case was difficult. Wei Wuyin's death caused Wu Jueqing to be worried. It made him think of his brothers. Those brothers were real brothers. Wu Jueqing's feelings for his brothers, which hadn't been erased even after tens of thousands of years, could be seen. Would they have a next life? Chu Yang could really answer this question, but he didn't know how to answer it. This was because it involved a person who had met with a tragic end. He was a peerless hero who could make people cry at the same time. If this person was also brought out and the truth was made known to the world, with Wu Jueqing's character, even committing suicide out of shame would be considered a light punishment. Chu Yang had no choice but to sigh and say nothing. Wu Jueqing looked at Wan Renjie and the other two who were using the most primitive method to dig grave. There was actually a strong sense of envy in his eyes. "I also miss my brothers. My brothers are dead, and I don't even have the right to dig a grave for them." Wu Jueqing sighed sadly. "Chu Yang, you seem to be very skilled in doing this, and you seem to believe in the afterlife." He smiled bitterly and said, "Chu Yang, you also know my origin, and you also know what happened to me. Let me ask you something." Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "What? Does that world really exist?" Asked Wu Jueqing. "It should exist." Chu Yang thought for a while. He replied cautiously, "In this world, There are many mysterious things that cannot be explained, but we know that there are some mysterious things. It really existed. If we were ordinary people, we wouldn't have received education from that world since we were young. But at our level, we wouldn't have been able to learn about it. Once you're able to cultivate your soul, you'll know perhaps there really is such a world. For example, we all know now that there's a celestial palace above us. That is where the true powerhouses are. Or perhaps it is a place of legends, a place with so-called immortals. Since there are immortals, there are naturally ghosts, Chu Yang said softly. Since there really is such a world, there really is karma and reincarnation. Then, Wu Jueqing was silent for a while. His face seemed to be covered by a layer of fog in this instant. He asked softly, "Do you think those 8 brothers of mine have an afterlife? Could they also exist in that world below? If one day I die, will I be able to find them?" Wu Jueqing murmured. Chu Yang was speechless. Would he be able to find them in that world? Of course he wouldn't, because tribulation was now, in the extraterrestrial battlefield. But Chu Yang couldn't answer. If he answered, Wu Jueqing would ask, "How did you know? Where can I go to find my brothers?" Asked Wu Jueqing, "Can that heavenly orchid be useful to me?" Chu Yang, "Where are they?" Wu Jueqing's voice became softer and softer. "Do they still remember me?" Chu Yang only felt his own heart twisting. He took a deep breath and said, "According to the ancient legends, good people are all heavenly, good people are all stars in the heavens. So, if they are in a certain place in the celestial palace, could it be the resting place of heroic spirits?" Wu Jueqing fell silent, as if he was considering Chu Yang's words, as if he was deep in thought. Chewing. Chu Yang somewhat hated his own cheap mouth for speaking too much. But, seeing Wu Jueqing so dejected for his brothers, thinking that he also had brothers, he couldn't bear it. Although he couldn't tell him the whole truth now, it was also good to comfort him. Chu Yang comforted himself. Wu Jueqing chuckled and said in a low and deep voice, "Back then, when we were happy, we sang and roared together. When the wind blew, we rode together in the martial world. When faced with strong enemies, we went through fire and water together. When faced with danger, we went through a sea of fire and a mountain of knives together. When I was in trouble, I would go right away. When I was in trouble, I wouldn't return even if I died." That year, Jueqing was trapped in the Azure Dragon Gorge due to his evil scheme. In the wind and snow, the brothers' roars and blood were all colorful. Because of me alone, the 10 of us were almost completely wiped out. After the treatment, Big Brother took out more than 30 hidden weapons. That day, the 10 of us held each other's hands and staggered out of the Azure Dragon Gorge. Our bodies were weak and we could barely stand, but when we looked at the world, we instantly felt that with my brothers beside us, we were invincible. Now there's only me. Brothers, do you know that I miss all of you? Now, I'm all alone, wasting away the world. I'm injured, beaten, wronged, and there's no one to talk to, no one to stand up for me. Her. Wu Jueqing's voice became softer and softer, as if a sentence had just appeared from his lips and then disappeared in the wind without a trace. He was a top-notch expert of his time. Naturally, he didn't need others to stand up for him. However, during the Battle of Slaying of the Tao, he was plotted against by the Dharma Supreme and was severely injured. After he was injured, he recalled countless times how his brothers had stood up for him back then. Countless times, he thought, if my brothers were still around? If my brothers were still around, what would happen? They would probably have already charged forward. Regardless of whether he was the Dharma Supreme or not, he would have long been beaten to the ground by now. If my brothers were still around, who would dare to bully me? Who would dare to lie to me? That feeling of having brothers that stand up for him was simply too heartwarming. Too heartwarming. Every time he thought of this, Wu Jueqing, who was already tens of thousands of years old, felt especially lonely and cold, especially like a child who had no one to rely on in this vast world. The bitterness in his heart made him want to cry out loud. But his brothers were no longer around. Even if he wanted to cry, there was no place for him to cry. Chu Yang looked at the void in front of him rather absent-mindedly. He murmured, "Together we sang and roared, together we rode in the martial world, together we went through fire and water, together we climbed mountains and seas of fire. When my brother is in trouble, I will rush to help. When my brother is in trouble, I will not return even if I die. With my brothers by my side, I am invincible." When these words came out of Wu Jueqing's mouth, they were filled with melancholy and sadness. But when they came out of Chu Yang's mouth, they were filled with heroic satisfaction. Wu Jueqing was talking about his brothers, but Chu Yang was talking about his own brothers. Both of them said the same thing, but the feeling they gave was that one was in heaven and the other was on earth. One was filled with sorrow and desolation in the autumn wind, while the other was filled with warmth in the scorching summer. Wu Jueqing sighed and turned to look at him. Although he couldn't see the look in his eyes or his expression, Chu Yang still felt that this look was filled with envy. "Back then, we were all like you now." Wu Jueqing seemed to want to prove something indignantly. This sentence of his was especially forceful and heavy, as though he was in a fit of pique. "Even more satisfied than you," Chu Yang said solemnly. "I believe you. When one had such feelings, anyone would feel that they were happier and more satisfied than others." "Chu Yang, let's have a casual chat." Wu Jueqing was silent for a while before he said, "Okay." Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. Wu Jueqing had just lamented and reminisced about the past. Why? At this level, every action and action of an expert was already almost in line with the path of the great Tao. How could there be any casual chat? The moment Wu Jueqing said this, Chu Yang knew that he definitely had something to say, and it was probably something that he had been very worried about. It was about to happen, but even though he had already said casual chat, Wu Jueqing didn't say anything. After a long while, Wu Jueqing said, "Go to the cliff and take a look. Don't let anyone come near. I have something to discuss with your big brother." Chu responded as though she had just woken up from a dream. She stood up and walked out. Chu had been at the side the whole time, but she was distracted. Sometimes, she would look at Wei Wuyan's corpse and choke with sobs. She didn't hear a single word of the conversation between Wu Jueqing and Chu Yang at all. But Wu Jueqing still sent her out. Seeing that Chu had walked far away, and seeing that Wan Rinjia and the other two were still busy, Wu Jueqing said, "Chu Yang, do you know what I want to say?" Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "I'm all ears." "Chu Yang, how old are you now?" Wu Jueqing was silent for a long time before he asked. When he asked this question, the fog on his face seemed to thicken. "Just turned 20. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. "Just turned 20. Her. Wu Jueqing laughed softly and said, "More than 3 years ago, you overturned the lower 3 heavens alone before you turned 18. You were hailed as the king of Hell Chu. You're really amazing." Chu Yang was shocked. 2 years ago, you weren't even 10. Now, you're not even 20. But your cultivation has already reached 2nd grade Supreme Martial Artist, 2nd grade Sword Supremacy. Wu Jueqing said, "And it hasn't even been 2 years since you came to the upper 3 heavens." Wu Jueqing's voice was very ethereal. He said, "You're not from a big clan, and you don't have that kind of super heavenly treasure aura on you, but you've achieved such achievements." Chapter 1305. It seemed that during this period of time, Wu Jueqing had learned a lot about him in the Chu clan. The Chu clan had Chu Fian, Imo Qing Wu, his parents, and now Dong Wushang, Rui Badong, and Imo. If Wu Jueqing wanted to understand something, it was really possible for him to connect all his actions in the upper and lower 3 heavens, to piece together a complete Chu Yang. The reason why Chu Xiongxing recovered was because you gave him the mysterious Ice Jade Core and the mysterious Yang Jade Core. Chu Failing's cultivation improved greatly because you gave him a medicine. Wu Jueqing's voice became slower and slower, the fog on his face thicker and thicker. Chu Yang could no longer see his eyes or his face clearly. Now, he couldn't even see his hair. The Moon Breeze couple's injuries healed very quickly. Mo Qingwu has a saber that you gave her, and it is indeed a peerless divine weapon. And you suddenly transformed into a divine physician. Lu'er's illness was cured by you single-handedly, and you even obtained the heaven-nourishing jade. During the battle of slaying of the Tao, the Moon Breeze couple was already unable to continue fighting. But after Bu Luqing protected them for a while, they suddenly became lively again. I heard that you have 7 to 8 good brothers in the upper 3 heavens who have gone through thick and thin with you. Chu Yang smiled bitterly as he listened to Wu Jueqing's analysis. He waited quietly for Wu Jueqing to reveal the results. But when Wu Jueqing reached this point, he suddenly stopped talking. He just fell in a deep thought for a long time. This atmosphere was so oppressive that Chu Yang could hardly breathe. Just now, I mentioned my brothers. Wu Jueqing said. Chu Yang, tell me about your brothers? Chu Yang said helplessly, even if I don't tell you, you already know everything. With your experience, if you want Qingwu to tell you this story in detail, there will definitely be no problem. Wu Jueqing chuckled and said, not only Qingwu, there are also Wu Shang and Butong. They are also in the Chu clan. These two have been practicing martial arts with me when they go back. Chu Yang made a sound of agreement. Wu Shang is powerful and domineering. His aura is even stronger than my 4th brother's. I heard. You also have a brother called Gu Duxing. His name contains the word Duxing, and he is the 2nd brother. He is sharp and cold, invincible. Wu Jueqing said, he is comparable to my 2nd brother. It's not that far off. I heard that Mo Qingwu's brother, Mo Tianji, has a name. This was because of the 2 words, heaven's secret, strategizing in a tent and determining victory from 1,000 miles away. This reminds me of my 5th brother, Shimen Wanli. Wu Jueqing paused for a moment before he continued. Chu Yang, if there comes a day where you have to sacrifice your brothers for some matter, what will you do? Chu Yang remained silent for a long time. Do you believe what I'm saying now? Wu Jueqing said, I believe you. As long as you say it, I'll believe you. Chu Yang struggled in his heart. He almost blurted out, I won't hurt my brothers. But before he could say anything, he swallowed his words. He said indifferently, this world can't force me to that extent yet. Wu Jueqing seemed to be smiling. However, his face was covered by a layer of fog, and Chu Yang couldn't see his expression. Then, Wu Jueqing said, Chu Yang, let me tell you a story. A very complete story. Chu Yang sighed, I'm all ears. And so, Wu Jueqing began to tell the story in a very slow and heavy tone. The story of the Gu clan started with a young man leaving the clan and what he did along the way. The main character of the story was ultimately a young man. He improved, grew up, made brothers and friends, and then ventured into the world with his brothers. How Big Brother treated him, how he treated his brothers, and some of the experiences between them. Wu Jueqing was telling the story. Chu Yang was listening. Chu Yang knew what Wu Jueqing was telling the story about, and Wu Jueqing also knew that Chu Yang knew what he was telling the story about. The two of them had a tacit understanding. The story had already passed for a long time, but right from the start, Wu Jueqing didn't stop. He spoke very fluently. It was as if all of this had already been imprinted in his heart and wouldn't fade even after thousands and thousands of years. When the story reached the final stage, the brothers united the continent. Then, Wu Jueqing stopped abruptly at this point. He sighed heartbreakingly and said, Chu Yang, how perfect would it be if the story ended here? Chu Yang felt the same way. Yes, if the story had ended at this moment when Wu Jueqing stopped, this story would practically be perfect to the extreme. Talented and beautiful, brave and courageous, in life and death, in fortune and misfortune together, working hard together and fighting together, they finally reached their goal. They succeeded. Chu Yang, do you think that this big brother in the story had no choice but to kill all of his brothers because of some matters? Asked Wu Jueqing. Chu Yang was silent. Wu Jueqing was also silent. After a long while, Wu Jueqing finally got to his feet. I hope that one day you can give me an answer. He stood at the top of the mountain, standing there bleakly. This is my only hope, and also my only chance. Chu Yang was silent. Wu Jueqing said dispassionately, "When that day comes, if you don't give me an answer, I will kill you." Wu Jueqing said coldly, "Lord Z has already left. In this world, there won't be a second Lord Z protecting you. If I want to kill you, even if you're a low-grade supreme martial artist, even if Ning Tianya and Moon Breeze couple protect you together, you won't be able to escape death." Chu Yang said dispassionately, "I also want to know the answer, but it's useless to threaten me. Even if you threaten me, I won't tell you even if I know." Wu Jueqing snorted. Chu Yang said, "Elder Wu, how about I make a deal with you?" "What kind of deal?" asked Wu Jueqing, raising his brows. "The deal is, during this period of time, don't disrupt my plans and don't interfere with my actions. More than that, I don't want to feel any pressure from you. When the time is right, perhaps you still have," Chu Yang gritted his teeth, "the chance to see those 8 brothers of yours." Wu Jueqing's whole body shook violently. The fog covering his face suddenly flew away. He grabbed Chu Yang's shoulder and asked, "What?" Chu Yang's shoulder made cracking sounds from his grip, but his expression didn't change. "You didn't hear wrongly." Wu Jueqing slowly let go. He stared at Chu Yang in a daze. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Suddenly, he couldn't help but roar into the sky. With a roar, heaven and earth moved. "I'll wait," said Wu Jueqing solemnly. Tears suddenly flowed out of his eyes without warning. This made him feel very embarrassed. He wanted to say something, but he felt a lump in his throat and couldn't speak. He hurriedly shut his mouth. After a long time, he said hoarsely, "No matter how long, I'll wait." Chu Yang only felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. He said, "But your strength needs to improve." Wu Jueqing raised his face. The tears on his face suddenly evaporated into mist. All of a sudden, he seemed to be in high spirits again. It was as if that arrogant and evil noble from tens of thousands of years ago had appeared in front of everyone once again. "My strength needs to improve," said Wu Jueqing slowly. "That means my cultivation is already holding them back. That means they're not in this dimension. That means you need to work harder." Chu Yang interrupted him with a smile. Wu Jueqing was stunned. Then he nodded and smiled. "Yes, I should work harder." His eyes were filled with longing. This was the first time in tens of thousands of years for such an expression to appear in Wu Jueqing's eyes. He didn't even ask, nor did he have any doubts. Because he didn't dare. He didn't dare to let this glimmer of hope that suddenly appeared in him be destroyed under his questioning. He'd rather believe it foolishly. "Actually, I don't know either whether this is good or bad for you," said Chu Yang silently in his heart. "Elder Wu, I have a question. The Heavens continent, the place with the deepest blessings. Where is it?" asked Chu Yang. "The place with the deepest blessings?" Wu Jueqing frowned. "For tens of thousands of years, the feng shui changes once every 10,000 years. How can it be so accurate?" Chu Yang's eyes lit up. "That means the place where the big clans are, of course, is the place with the deepest blessings," said Wu Jueqing proudly. "Do the big clans choose their locations for nothing?" These words made Chu Yang's ears resound with a thunderclap. The place where the big clans were. Put it this way, the Yi clan, which was ranked number 1 among the big clans, was the place with the deepest blessings. The night was cold and chilly, so that's how it was. So it was this night, where the purple aura comes from the east, the bright moon rises above the mountains. When heaven and earth shine together, the night is cold and chilly. In the Yi clan, when heaven and earth shine together, there is a mysterious place. One needs fate. In an instant, Chu Yang only felt that the fog in front of him suddenly cleared up. Understood. The joy in his heart at this moment was really indescribable. He really wanted to look up to the sky and roar. When he turned to look, he was stunned for a moment. The sky was already dark. Wei Wuyan was already laid to rest. At this moment, Wan Rinjia and the other 2 were adding soil to the grave. Chu Yang's mood instantly became heavy again. He grabbed a big stone and slammed it down hard. It became a stone tablet, and erected in front of Wei Wuyan, the grave of his close friend Wei Wuyan. It was a very ordinary tombstone. Chuyang thought for a while. His fingers moved quickly and carved another line of words on it. The ruler of the world, the heroes of the world, all have no face in front of you. Seeing this line of words, Wanrinjia and the other two revealed a proud look. Yes, in this world, who could be like Wei Wuyan? In order to repay his teacher's kindness, he lived like a day for 1,000 years. In order to let his wife and children down, he would not give up until his death. Even though it was because of a nasty scam, Wei Wuyan's character was obvious to all. Chuyang, when are you going to kill the Chen clan? The three of us must go, Wanrinjia said loudly. Sheng Duiying and Bao Buhuan were also resolute. Okay, Chuyang agreed. Suddenly, he saw something in Wanrinjia's hand. What's this? Wanrinjia raised his hand. In his hand was a broken hand. It's Wei Wuyan's hand. I'll cut it off. Wanrinjia gritted his teeth. At that time, I'll use Brother Wei's hand to smash the heads of the Chen clan members one by one and let him take revenge personally. After that, I'll bury it here. Chuyang was silent for a while. Give it to me. I'll do it. It's Christmas today. Merry Christmas to everyone. Gee, I'm going out to eat with my family today. In order to wait for me, the whole family is still hungry at 8:30 p.m. Cough, cough. I originally wanted to update only one chapter, but I suddenly remembered that today was the birthday of the leader of the sacrificial mother. So, this second chapter is considered an extra chapter. Congratulations to the leader of the sacrificial mother. Happy birthday to her. Forever young and beautiful. Chapter 1306. Taking advantage of the night, Chuyang sped forward. The direction was the Yi clan's territory. The place where purple crystals were densely packed was a place of great fortune. The moment when yin and yang intersected, the moment when heaven and earth shone together. Chuyang was going for the second segment of the Tribulation Sword. He couldn't wait to get the second segment of the Tribulation Sword and let his brothers come up. The leather boots on his feet had long been thrown away somewhere. He just ran barefoot on the ground. As he ran, the starlight shone in the sky and the boundless earth under his feet. Chuyang suddenly felt as if he had entered a wonderful realm. He suddenly flew up. It was as if he himself was in midair, wandering and soaring under the starlight. On the ground in front of him, he could clearly see another him running wildly. The night wind that blew against him messed up the hair of this other him and caused his clothes to flutter behind him. As he ran, the internal energy in his body slowly circulated. He felt waves of pure energy of the earth surging up from the soles of his feet, and waves of pure spiritual energy of the universe pouring down from the top of his head, one up and one down, forming a perfect cycle. It went one round in his body and returned to his dantian. The second strand of primordial real silk in his dantian also seemed to be trembling and slowly growing stronger. The cultivation in his body was also constantly being purified as the energy of the earth kept surging into him. He felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up. Wisps of impure internal energy gradually spread out from his pores, and the empty space was replaced by pure spiritual energy of the universe. The impurities in his body were excreted from his pores and dissipated in the wind. Only the grease that adhered to the surface of his body was instantly dried by the wind. Watching himself running, watching his own body changing, this was a wonderful phenomenon. Zhang Tai thought to himself, watching his own body changing. Chuyang ran tirelessly for an entire night, just like that. When the east was slightly brighter, that consciousness finally entered his body under the guidance of a wave of fatigue. Only then did Chuyang stop in a forest and leap onto the treetops. He rested for a while. 1/10 of the cultivation in his body had already become pure spiritual energy of the universe. This 1/10 occupied the center of his dantian, surrounding the tribulation sword. The other spiritual energy of the universe was outside, filling his entire body. When all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been converted into pure energy, I should be able to reach 4th or 5th grade supreme martial artist, right? Chu Yang checked his body and pondered. After leveling up to the supreme being level, every step he took forward, even Chu Yang felt that it was difficult. If one were to talk about the difference between middle grade saint and supreme grade saint, if he only needed one step, then from 1st grade supreme martial artist to 2nd grade supreme martial artist, he needed at least 10 steps. And these 10 steps, every step he took was greater than the previous one. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to ascend from the 2nd rank to the 3rd rank. No matter how difficult it is, I'm already on my way, Chu Yang thought. He fell into meditation. He couldn't see his own appearance now, but if he did, he would definitely be shocked. His hair was a mess, sticking to his scalp. His face and neck were covered in black grease, making it impossible to see his face clearly. His black robe was also in tatters. Shouts could be heard from outside the forest. Sword light flashed. Chu Yang woke up abruptly and looked outside. He saw a person running toward him as fast as lightning. Behind this person, a shining sword light chased after him like a meteor. It was obviously much faster than the person in front. Chu Yang's heart shook when he saw this sword light. Sword Supreme Being, and a high-level one. At least 3rd grade. Why would a Sword Supreme Being suddenly appear here? Who was he? That sharp sword aura made Chu Yang almost think that Gu Duxing had come. The person in front roared, and balls of starlight suddenly burst out from his body. Then his body suddenly accelerated and rushed into the dense forest like a whirlwind. The starlight dissipated. With a series of crackling sounds, countless branches and trunks broke. That person had already reached a place not far from the big tree where Chu Yang was hiding. That burst of energy was still rushing forward, but his body was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Even with Chu Yang's eyesight, he could only see that he leaned against a tree trunk beside him and disappeared. What kind of martial arts was this? Could this be the unique martial arts of the 3 Stars Divine Clan? Although it was just a glimpse, Chu Yang had already recognized that this person was the elder of the 3 Stars Divine Clan, who had given him an incomplete version of the heavy pill in the Zhuge clan's dungeon. He didn't expect that he had already escaped. It must be the power of that heavy pill of his. However, the Zhuge clan was really good at hiding. This kind of news actually didn't leak out. Just as he was thinking, that ball of sword light also followed closely behind and penetrated into the dense forest. A dragon-like ray of light chased along the path ahead. Along the way, there were thunderous sounds, and all the big trees were crushed. In just a short moment, the sword light suddenly turned around and was outside the forest again. Then, it penetrated into the forest again and suddenly stopped. It stopped not far from the big tree where Chu Yang was hiding, where the Divine Clan Elder had disappeared. The sword light dissipated, revealing the tall figure of a man in black. Chu Yang suddenly felt a wave of admiration in his heart. When the Divine Clan Elder came in, he immediately set up a deceptive formation without any hesitation and hid himself. But when this person chased in, he actually detected the other party's scheme in an instant and immediately retreated. When he came in again, he obviously used more or less the same power as the Divine Clan Elder. When he reached the place where the Divine Clan Elder had disappeared, he automatically stopped. In other words, he determined that the missing Divine Clan Elder was within this area. This kind of judgment and insight was extremely shocking. This person was tall and slender, dressed in black. His face was handsome, but naturally carried a sense of coldness and sharpness. Just by standing there casually, he was already like an unsheathed sharp sword, awe-inspiring. In his hand, there was a long sword that shone with a cold light. At this moment, the cold light was faintly discernible. On the tip of the sword, there was still blood dripping slowly. He just stood there, his eyes quickly turning and looking at the tree trunk that the Divine Clan Elder was leaning against. Chu Yang's scalp went numb. The degree of meticulousness and agility of this person's thoughts had reached an unbelievable level. The next moment, swoosh, 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 with a few sounds, 5 people rushed in like a gust of wind. Yi Sui, you, The black-robed man's gaze was fierce. He bent down and spun. Sword light suddenly exploded in mid-air like a thunderbolt. Even Chu Yang felt a burst of strong light before his eyes. At this moment, he almost couldn't see anything. A few screams sounded. The 5 people who came in later had already been divided into minced meat. They floated up and fell, their flesh and blood smashing into the bushes in the forest. At a glance, Chu Yang only had time to see a starlight mark on the forehead of one of them. The next moment, this person was smashed into pieces. This black-robed man attacked so quickly and ruthlessly that Chu Yang had never seen anything like it before. The murderous intent of this sword. It made Chu Yang's heart turn cold. His palms also couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Dantian, the tribulation sword suddenly became restless. This sword could actually trigger a reaction from the tribulation sword? Chu Yang was shocked and hurriedly comforted it. This sword has a strange smell. In the consciousness space, the sword spirit had already been awake for some time. It was just that he was still a little weak. At this moment, he suddenly spoke. Strange smell. Chu Yang frowned and asked. In that instant just now, that sword that seemed to want to kill all living things also made him feel strange. It was just that. It was an indescribable feeling. It seemed sinister and yet not sinister. It seemed terrifying and yet not terrifying. But it just made one feel uneasy. The sword spirit's voice was a little heavy. Maybe I saw wrongly. I hope I saw wrongly. In this sword, I actually felt the smell of demons. The smell of demons? Chu Yang frowned. Extraterrestrial demons? The sword spirit didn't speak again. Thinking of that shout just now, Chu Yang thought, Yi Zue? So this person is the first successor of the Yi clan, the #1 ruling clan in the martial world. Yi Zue, the Yi clan's Grand Duke who is as elusive as a dragon. There were many legends about Yi Zue in the martial world. It was said that this Grand Duke of the Yi clan was originally called Yi Shitian. But later on, for some reason, after getting drunk, he suddenly changed his name to Yi Zue, and anyone who dared to call him by his original name, Yi Shitian, would be sentenced to death for the crime of disrespect. At this moment, Yi Zue slowly retracted his murderous aura. He said indifferently, Third Elder, you can't escape. You'd better come out. I, Yi Zue, guarantee that nothing will happen to you. There was no sound in the surroundings. Yi Zue was neither anxious nor impatient. He said indifferently, I, Yi Zue, have been in the martial world for 35 years. No one has ever survived my pursuit, and I have never lost sight of any enemy. You can't hide from me, nor can you escape. Instead of running for your life, why don't you come back with me obediently? That way, you can still receive some courtesy. Do you really want to live a life worse than death? Chu Yang's heart twitched. So this bastard had been in the martial world for 35 years. In that case, he was at least 50 years old this year, but his face still looked like that of a youth, being called a Grand Duke at 50 years old. Chu Yang suddenly felt a cramp in his crotch. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already been a grandfather, right? Here, he was still a Grand Duke. You're not coming out, are you? Yi Zue's voice slowly carried some murderous aura. He took 2 steps forward slowly and raised his head slowly. Do you think that I won't be able to find you after you hide in the tree this time? The next moment, Yi Zue's 2 piercing gazes met with Chu Yang's 2 astonished and bewildered gazes on the tree. Chu Yang felt like fainting. Why am I so unlucky? I just found a tree to rest in, and someone actually mistook me for the main character. The 2 of them, one on the tree and one under the tree, looked at each other. Yi Zue smiled. Third Elder, your disguise this time is really not bad. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He cursed in his heart. You're the Third Elder. Your whole family is the Third Elder. I'm so fucking unlucky. I'm trying to save some drafts. Starting from the 20th, the monthly votes will be doubled. It has already been decided. Today is the 20th, 27th, and 28th will also be updated twice. Then, no matter how much I save, the double will be released on the first day. The 3 days at the end of the month will completely determine the results of this year. When the time comes, I hope everyone will support me. We've been proud of the world for a year, but we have to make the final decision in the last 3 days. Either we make a complete turnaround, or we just walk through it in such a repressed manner. But I firmly believe that victory belongs to us. The last 3 days will definitely be crazy. Let's be on guard. Brothers, sisters. Chapter 1307. Yi Zue, Grand Duke of the Yi clan. Original name, Yi Kanming. After that, the Yi clan changed the name of Remit Dream to Shur in the Yi clan, Yi Shurtian. However, after he came of age and achieved success in swordsmanship, he changed his name to Yi Zue. This person could be said to be the #1 genius of the younger generation in the heavenly realm, the Sword King. Yi Zue was obsessed with swords since he was young. He started to come into contact with swords at the age of 1. At the age of 3, he could start learning swords. At the age of 15, he became a Sword King. Back then, with the help of the clan's abundant resources, he soared all the way to the upper grade. However, he faced a bottleneck for a long time at this level. He only became a sword sovereign at the age of 25. Even though he was delayed by 10 years, he was still the only sword sovereign among his peers in the heavenly realm. Ever since he became a sword sovereign, Yi Zue seemed to have opened a door to the sword Dao. Within 3 years, he became a sword sovereign. Within another 3 years, he became a sword saint. Within another 8 years, he became a sword supremacy. Now, some people said that Yi Zue was already a 3rd-grade sword supremacy. Some said that he was a 4th-grade sword supremacy. Some even said that Yi Zue's sword cultivation was not inferior to the legendary supreme martial artist Bu Qing. Of course, Chu Yang scoffed at the last statement. However, this also proved how scary Yi Zue was. In the decades that Yi Zue had been growing up, whether it was power or women, all the temptations in the world were like fleeting clouds in front of him. Only the sword. He heard a saying before. Only by being obsessed with and intoxicated by the sword can one become a sword master. He originally wanted to change his name to Yi Zue's sword. However, this name was really not nice, so he could only use the first 2 words. Now, this sword maniac was facing Chu Yang. Chu Yang was helpless. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I say, this expert, you've got the wrong person, right? Yi Zue stared at him for a while before he smiled coldly. I've often heard rumors that the people of the Divine Clan, especially those who have reached the upper echelons, are always changing. I didn't think much of it. Now that I've met you, I know that it's true. 3rd Elder, you can even change your aura. Chu Yang bared his teeth. You've really got the wrong person. Yi Zue's countenance gradually turned cold. Why? You're still not coming down? Could it be that you'll only be willing to come down after I invite you? Chu Yang heaved a huge sigh and jumped down from the tree. I say, Duke Yi, where did you see me, resembling the 3rd Elder? Yi Zue's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. Even if you're not 3rd Elder, how do you know that my name is Yi Zue? Chu Yang was speechless. He said, those people you killed just now were shouting your name. Do you think I'm deaf? Yi Zue smiled coldly and slowly raised his sword. He pointed the tip of his sword at Chu Yang. I'll ask you one more time. 3rd Elder, are you coming with me? Chu Yang said angrily, why are you so stubborn? I really didn't. Before he finished speaking, the piercingly cold sword chi was already surging over. Chu Yang let out a wild cry and turned around to flee. Damn it, this guy's a 3rd-grade sword supremacy and probably a 4th-grade sword supremacy. And he's a direct descendant of a big clan. If I don't fucking use the Tribulation Sword technique, I'll be asking for trouble. Once I use the Tribulation Sword technique, he recognizes me. In such a situation, I can only run. A hint of admiration flashed across Yi Zue's eyes, and he immediately chased after him. Chu Yang was definitely not that 3rd Elder. Yi Zue was of course very clear about this point. But if he didn't recognize him as the 3rd Elder, how could he force him a fight with him? To Yi Zue, the current Chu Yang was much more important than that 3rd Elder. Otherwise, how could he have discovered the tree trunk that the third elder was hiding in? He actually pretended to ignore him and turn around to find trouble with Chuyang. The third elder was very important. It was said that he was involved with a huge treasure. The purpose of Izue's trip was, of course, to capture him. But Izue was actually not interested in the so-called treasure at all. What he was really interested in was only the sword. Swordsman. Sword supremacy. This was where his interest lay. For so many years, he hadn't met a sword supremacy who was similar to him. Izue was unbearably lonely. Of course, although there were people who compared him to Bulu Qing, Izue himself knew his own limits. With his cultivation, not to mention sparring with Bulu Qing, he probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a glance from Bulu Qing. Even if he asked Bulu Qing to suppress his cultivation level and fight with him, he would definitely die. Now that he had tracked the third elder all the way here, he actually inadvertently discovered the aura of a stranger, and to his surprise, discovered that this stranger was actually a sword supremacy. Second grade. This made Izue feel as if a huge pie had fallen from the sky. Under such temptation, why would Izue still care about the third elder? Everything could just be pushed to the back. With Chuyang in front and Izue behind, the two figures flew out of the forest like two shooting stars. Chuyang had only flown 30 feet when he already felt a chill from the sword aura on his back. Obviously, the other party's speed was very fast. With a thought, a long sword immediately appeared and flashed across the sky. Clang! Clang! Almost at the same time, the two of them released their sword aura. The two swords let out a long cry at the same time. King against king. Sword aura entangled king against king, and victory had to be determined. There couldn't be two suns in the sky and two rulers in a country, and there couldn't be a second king in the sword. This was an amazing feeling. At this moment, Yizue's face was full of fanaticism. He shouted, "Third elder, since it's already a king against king, are you still thinking of leaving? Stop in your tracks and fight with me." This sword of Chuyang's was not a calamity sword. He had always been cautious. When facing a direct descendant of a big clan, unless absolutely necessary, he would not use the calamity sword. Although this sword was not a calamity sword, under Chuyang's forging, it was much stronger than ordinary so-called divine swords. At this moment, he also felt the sword aura in his heart surging. Hearing this, he actually agreed without hesitation. All right. Such a battle between sword supremacies had only happened a few times in the entire heavens world since ancient times. This was a battle between swordsmen, and only such a battle could truly allow a swordsman to grow sufficiently. Chuyang couldn't help but think of Gu Duxing. If Gu Duxing was here, he would probably fight with him for this battle, even if he had to risk his life, right? To Izue, this battle was a dream come true. To Gu Duxing, he had probably longed for it for a long time as well. But to Chuyang, it was exactly what he wished for. Chuyang was also a sword supremacy. Izue wanted to improve himself, but Chuyang was even more eager to do so than Izue. Chuyang thought of Gu Duxing and his sword of solitude and sword of oblivion. Chuyang did a somersault in the air. Sword aura shot out from all over his body as he floated down. At the same time as he landed, he lowered his gaze. He lowered his head and lowered his head. He was completely immersed in the world of the sword. It was not a calamity sword, but Chuyang could clearly feel this sword's joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, as well as the strong desire to fight as if it had met its match. That was the absolute exhilaration of a sudden release of extreme thirst and pain that could not be obtained. At the same time as he landed, opposite him, Izue retreated at the same time, giving him a safe space to land. This was like the tacit understanding between two swords, giving each other ample respect. Izue held the sword in his right hand. Holding it horizontally in front of his chest, he raised his left index finger and gently brushed it across the body of the sword. His movements were gentle, and his gaze was passionate and persistent. However, he did not look at his opponent, but at the sword in his hand. His gaze actually contained endless love. It was the kind of enchantment that was like caressing the skin of his beloved. He had no feelings for anyone in the world except for the sword, but it was filled with a passion that went deep into his soul. At this moment, Yizue acted as if there was no one else around. Chu Yang's heart trembled. There are countless heavenly layer experts, but a battle between sword supremacies is rarely seen since ancient times. Yizue's gaze was focused on the sword. You are extraordinary and also a sword supremacy. To be able to have today's battle, it is for both of us. It is a gift from the heavens. Chu Yang smiled strangely. Why are you not calling me Third Elder anymore? Yizue still did not raise his head. He said indifferently, a name is just a title. What I call you will not change the fact of this battle. In that case, I will call you Dog Shit Yi. How about that? Chu Yang asked sarcastically. That works too. Yizue did not even raise his head. As long as you can fight with me. Chu Yang's heart trembled. This person is crazy. However, he burst into laughter. But you don't think so. If this battle is a battle between martial artists, it can be said that it doesn't matter. But as a battle between swordsmen, don't you think it is unfair? It is indeed unfair. I am 2 grades higher than you. Yizue said indifferently. Of course I will suppress my strength to the same level as yours. A sword supremacy at the peak of 2nd grade will fight with you. In a battle between swordsmen, the most important thing was to be fair. This was the rule ever since the Tribulation Sword Master took control of the heavens. In a battle between other grades, one could use schemes and tricks, poison. Even if a supreme martial artist fought against a martial king, no one would say anything. Strength was respected. One could use all the sinister methods one could think of. But as long as one was a swordsman, it would be a fair battle. This swordsman started from the sword sovereign. The higher one went, the stricter the hierarchy. A proud swordsman, a proud sword. Yizue suppressed his strength to the peak of 2nd grade supreme martial artist, but he was still much higher than the current Chu Yang. But Chu Yang did not say that it was unfair, because he himself knew that the aura he was releasing now, in Yizue's perception, was definitely that of a peak 2nd grade. But in reality, Chu Yang was only a beginner 2nd grade. Regarding this, other than being speechless, Chu Yang was still speechless. This was originally used to show off, but in today's battle between swordsmen, it was a huge disadvantage. Yizue lowered his head and said, "Let me give you time to prepare." Chu Yang said sternly, "Raise your head." Yizue suddenly raised his head. At the same time, the 2 of them did the same action. They puffed out their chests, raised their heads, and as though a spring humming sound came from their backs, they suddenly straightened up. If their previous posture was that of a sword in its scabbard, then at this moment, their swords are already out of the scabbard. Yizue placed the sword in front of his chest, then spread it out and straightened it, the tip of the sword pointing at Chu Yang's glabella. Chu Yang did the same action, a battle between swordsmen. Chapter 1308. This difference was a fundamental one. One controlled the sword, while the other controlled the sword. It might not be very obvious now, but once their grades were raised to a certain level, this difference could directly determine life and death. Because a person controlling the sword was a god. A sword controlling the person was a demon. A demon's sword. A ray of light flashed. Chu Yang raised his sword and went straight forward. His feet slid forward. His entire person suddenly became lonely and desolate as he slid forward, as if he was the only one left in the world. The sword of solitude. Even if Gu Duxing was at the side, he would probably also mistakenly think that he had used this move himself. Yizue's gaze didn't waver. He shouted, "Good sword intent. Take my sword of drunken dreams." With a flash of sword light, Yizue's black clothes suddenly blurred. A dreamy and somewhat drunken sword intent spread out. The sword intent of solitude was still lonely in drunken dreams. The 2 swords suddenly each gave off thousands of rays of cold light. At the same time, both of them launched their attacks. It was already early in the morning, but at this moment, sword lights scattered and filled the sky above their heads, shining even brighter than the stars in the night sky. Both of them turned into smoke. With just a floating movement in the air, a series of afterimages appeared. However, there were no afterimages of the swords at all. The swords had already turned into sword light and sword aura, surging and rampaging. At this moment, sword aura shot into the sky. Smack! After exchanging several blows, the two swords finally clashed for the first time. With one clash, both of them staggered and retreated backward. The sword aura in the air lost control and exploded with a bang. Like a bomb exploding, it spread out in the dense forest. With a swoosh, all the trees within a radius of several hundred feet were turned into powder under this surging sword aura. Before the sword aura dissipated completely, the two sword lights were already entangled with each other again. The previous attack was only considered a probing attack, but this time it was a real battle. A ball of sword aura that was like a dream, like mist, like smoke and clouds, spread toward Chu Yang. Chu Yang's sword shook. A wave of lonely sword aura blocked the pass. In an instant, Yi Zue had already circled around him 17 to 18 times. His sword came from every direction, from top to bottom. From the north, south, east, front, back, left, right, top of the head, and bottom of the feet, he attacked fiercely. It had turned into a cloud of smoke and was everywhere. Chu Yang's body was as tall and straight as a sword. His sword hand was impenetrable. Different situations call for different measures. They would only defend and never attack. The sound of clanking and clanking rang out. Every time the two swords clashed, there would be balls of sword chi bursting out. In the blink of an eye, the entire forest was riddled with holes. A human figure quietly appeared in the shadows several hundred feet behind them. It seemed to glance in their direction before swiftly leaving in a flash. It was the third elder. Yi Zue had clearly seen it. However, he ignored Chu Yang's warning. Instead, he brandished his sword and attacked Chu Yang. Hey, the person you're chasing has already run away. So what if he ran away? Now, no one is more important than you. It was not easy to have a fair duel between two swordsmen, but he met a lunatic. Chu Yang was very depressed. He braced himself and dealt with it with all his might. It only took an instant for Yi Zue's figure to transform from turning into a cloud of smoke to directly turning into a cloud of smoke. Chu Yang closed his eyes and brandished his sword. He could feel the vibrations of the sword. Every time the sword vibrated, it was when the sword came into contact with the other party's sword. In just a short period of time, Chu Yang had already withstood no less than 3,000 attacks. If it were an ordinary swordsman, this frequency would be enough to throw his shoulders and arms away from his body when he swung his sword. However, the frequency of Yi Zue's attacks was still increasing. Chu Yang's situation gradually became unfavorable, because as the other party's attacks became faster and faster, he realized that he actually could not keep up with the other party's rhythm. Although the other party was fighting with suppressed cultivation, he still had a real foundation. However, he was still a genuine fourth-grade sword supremacy. As long as he could not keep up with the other party's rhythm, then in the blink of an eye, his body would become a beehive. As Chu Yang blocked, his mind was racing. He suddenly thought of saying, "Iron walls and bronze walls fight until the end." Iron walls and bronze walls? Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He no longer defended passively. He suddenly abandoned Gu Duxing's Sword of Solitude and drew out a light screen with a circle of sword light. With a shake of his sword, a galaxy of stars appeared in front of him. Iron walls and bronze walls. Like a whirlwind, Yi Zue circled Chu Yang several hundred times in an instant. His sword light had already connected into one, but not even a corner of the other party's clothes was touched. It was obvious that the other party was already at a complete disadvantage. There was a nagging feeling, just a little more, and the other party would be done for. But even after a little more and a little more, the other party was still in a precarious situation, but was still holding on bitterly. Yi Zue shouted, "You want to exhaust me? Even though I have suppressed my cultivation, my real cultivation is still there. You won't be able to exhaust me." Chu Yang chuckled. Just you wait. He was repeatedly executing the first half of the move. Iron walls and bronze walls fight until the end. However, his comprehension was getting deeper and deeper. Under the other party's storm-like attacks, Chu Yang could more and more comprehend the wonders of this move. He couldn't help but think of a saying, only when an opponent who is stronger than you is attacking you at full force can your potential be squeezed out. Only then can you see your own inadequacies. This saying was applicable to all aspects. A smile appeared on Chu Yang's face. Even though he was retreating step by step, compared to the precarious situation just now, it was already much better. Yi Zue frowned. Suddenly, he let out a long laugh and flew 30 feet away. Chu Yang took 3 steps back and stood up abruptly, panting heavily. It was just a blink of an eye earlier, but Chu Yang could already feel his fatigue. Yi Zue said coldly, "Why didn't you attack? Under my attacks, if you only defend, you will definitely die." Chu Yang said dispassionately, "When it's time to attack, I will naturally attack." A fervent look appeared in Yi Zue's eyes. "I will wait for your attack. Even though this defensive move of yours is amazing, it is not omnipotent. Watch my demon sealing sword." Brandishing his sword, he suddenly leaped into the air and shouted, "The extraterrestrial demon is right in front of you. It's like you should just wait for death." Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. "Damn it, everyone says that I am an extraterrestrial demon. I think you are much more like one than me." But just as this thought came to his mind, he felt an evil, almost perverted sword wind descending from the sky. It carried a cold aura of slaughtering everything. In an instant, it actually sealed off his front, back, left, and right. At this moment, it was as if he was standing naked all by himself in a world of ice and snow. Chu Yang drew his sword and shouted, "Wind and cloud green sky." He had executed the first half of the gathering of the clouds and clouds. The sword slashed apart that inexplicable seal in front of him and met the other party's sword. In an instant, Yi Zue's figure suddenly disappeared. It had completely disappeared. There was only one sword left in the world, a sword that had already been demonized. It carried with it a boundless, devouring aura. It carried with it a boundless evil. Chu Yang brandished his sword wildly. In this moment, under the pressure of life and death, countless sword moves automatically appeared in his mind. Without thinking, all of them surged out from his hands. The various sword techniques in the land of legacy of the first-generation Tribulation Swordmaster. Luo Kadi's sword techniques, Gu Duxing's sword techniques, Ji Mo's sword techniques, Ao Shiyun's sword techniques. Even Bu Liuqing's sword techniques, they suddenly appeared. But that demonized sword ignored them. It just followed behind Chu Yang like a maggot. As long as Chu Yang showed any weakness, it would be able to capture it immediately and attack. As everyone knew, no matter how intricate a sword move was, it was impossible to not have any weakness at all. But this set of demonic swords of Yi Zue targeted the weaknesses of all sword moves. It didn't care what sword technique you used, how intricate or simple it was. It only attacked your weakness. Besides, Chu Yang had a vague feeling that it wasn't Yi Zue who was attacking now. Or rather, Yi Zue had already become one with the sword and was attacking instinctively. And this instinct was an instinct that most people were inclined towards the sword, and not Yi Zue's instinct. Chu Yang finally understood what the sword spirit meant by the demonic sword. The sword itself wasn't a demon, but once a sword cultivator entered the demonic path, he was even more terrifying than a sword demon. In just an instant, bloodstains had already appeared on Chu Yang's body. In the face of such an all-pervasive attack, it was as if mercury was flowing down the ground. Even Chu Yang had a feeling of being overwhelmed, and he definitely couldn't use the complete tribulation sword technique. Chu Yang roared. His sword suddenly slowed down from fast to slow. He drew a circle, and the internal energy in his body also followed suit. At this moment, he subconsciously used his soft water sword intent. This was Chu Yang's instinctive move in the face of the other party's stormy attacks. The moment he made the move, he instantly cursed inwardly. The other party's attacks were so dense and fast. If he used this slow, soft water sword intent, wouldn't he be sending his life to the other party's hands? But the next moment, Chu Yang was dumbfounded. Under the guidance of the soft water sword intent, the other party's violent attacks actually followed the soft water sword intent and circled around half a circle before returning to the starting point. This demon sealing sword actually couldn't do anything to the soft water sword intent. Chu Yang was shocked. Then, he finally understood. This demon sealing sword was looking for the weakness. Any sword move had a weakness, but only this sword intent formed from the flow of water had no weakness. The flow of water was eternal. As long as the water was still flowing, it was one from top to bottom. No matter how fast or slow it was one. Who had ever seen a flow of water that was cut in half by a sword? Using the sword tip to find the weakness of the flowing water itself. How could he find it? Thinking of this, Chu Yang suddenly felt a burst of joy in his heart. He almost looked up to the sky and laughed, because at this moment, he clearly knew that the soft water sword intent that he had created was finally close to the realm of great success today. Next, Chu Yang's sword moved to the east and west. The sword intent was like flowing water, soft and continuous. Before the power of the first sword dissipated, the power of the second sword arrived. It didn't seem hurried at all. There was no killing intent at all. But it protected his body tightly. The other party's demon-like attacks were completely ineffective. Originally, I thought that continuous outbursts were a painful thing. Now, I say, saving chapters is the painful thing. It's too painful. There's no one to comment on it. There's no motivation at all. This is my habit. After I finish writing a chapter, I go everywhere to read the book reviews. Whether it's scolding or praising me, I'll read it once. Then, I'll fly into a rage or be happily narcissistic for a while. So, I'll write a chapter. Chapter 1309. Chu Yang was like a small boat in the middle of raging waves, going up with the wind and waves, and then falling down with the wind and waves. But no matter how big the wind and waves were, they couldn't completely drown this small boat. Chu Yang's mind was clear, forgetting everything. He just went along with the other party's sword momentum and used the soft water sword intent. In fact, he didn't even need to use any moves. But it formed a flawless defense. If the other party's sword is raging waves, raging winds, and torrential rain, and I only have a bend of clear water here, Chu Yang thought, but can't I attack with just a bend of clear water? If I'm a river, what will happen when faced with a storm? That's not right. If I'm a river, then the wind and rain should be increasing my strength. Whether it's rain or snow or fog, this should only increase my strength. Realization suddenly rose in Chu Yang's mind. The next moment, his sword technique changed again. It became acceptance. The next moment, poof, 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 Chu Yang let a loud cry and rolled 100 feet away. Just this change in technique had added more than 10 wounds all over his body. If he hadn't dodged quickly, his entire left leg would have been cut off. A cruel look appeared in Yi Zue's eyes. The demonic sword pierced straight through the air, stabbing viciously toward Chu Yang's heart. Chu Yang rolled on the ground pathetically and jumped up. The long swords clashed, and a strong vibration came. Chu Yang was sent flying 100 feet away again, and the other party's sword was already in front of him. From the beginning to the end, Chu Yang didn't even have time to take the heavy pill. Extremely helpless, Chu Yang could only use the soft water sword intent again to stabilize the situation. But he was puzzled. Why guess was definitely not wrong. This should be the case, but why did I receive a heavy blow the moment I did this? The clanging sounds of the long swords clashing became more and more frequent. Evidently, the other party's sword momentum was getting faster and faster. Chu Yang let out a muffled snort. He fell back again. However, it was this collision that allowed him to suddenly understand. That's right. So that's how it was. A small stream could withstand storm. But if the storm was too big, it would destroy the stream. If the soft water of the brook were to lose its dam, it would vanish without a trace. His current position was a small stream. If he didn't move, no matter how the other party attacked, he would still be a small stream. However, if he overestimated himself and opened a source to accept other water sources, it would depend on his own capacity. The current Izue was equivalent to another small stream, or a small river, or a big river. He only had the capacity of a small stream and could not contain the other party. In that case, it could only be destroyed by the other party. So now, when he used the soft water sword intent, he could only defend but not attack. At the very least, before it grew into a huge river, it couldn't attack. A big river could already accommodate small streams, but it still couldn't accommodate another big river. If he wanted to use this kind of sword art to attack and injure people, or even people who were higher than him, he would need to use it to attack. Then at the very least, he wanted to become a boundless ocean. In this way, no matter what, they would be in an invincible position, and they would be able to counterattack at any time. It was the same even if the enemy was stronger than him. The ocean had its own hurricanes and waves. The stronger the other party's attack, the bigger the storm. But this was something that neither a river nor a stream could achieve. At the thought of this, Chu Yang's mind calmed down at once. He believed that he had already found a path to heaven. Right now, walking on this path, he could only protect himself and not be invaded by external forces. This was enough. But when he grew up, he could rely on this ocean to drown any enemy. Sword light flashed everywhere. Yi Zue fought in a carefree manner, but he also felt extremely depressed. In the battle with the Sword Sovereign, that omnipresent sword intent had indeed benefited him a lot. But the most depressing thing was that the other party didn't attack at all. The other party was completely suppressed by him. This made Izue extremely uncomfortable. You don't attack me, you don't attack. Even if I can comprehend something, it's still very limited. But why don't you attack? You clearly have the power to attack. Of course, Yizue didn't know that it was his unreasonable and barbaric attack this time that allowed the world to have another set of truly invincible swords. From the start of this battle until now, he hadn't been injured at all and had benefited a lot. The other party seemed to be covered in injuries, but the benefits he had gained were something that he couldn't even dream of. If Yizue had obtained a gold ingot then, Chu Yang had obtained a national treasury in this battle. How much gold was there in the national treasury? Let's end this. Yizue let out a long howl. Since he refused to attack, then die. Demonic sword slaughters the heavens. A fierce roar. Monstrous demonic flames suddenly spread out and filled the world. This sword move was completely won with the sword as the lead. A true demonic sword. Chu Yang let out a clear cry and shouted, "The mortal world is the path of heartlessness, slaying all in the world without retracting the blade." All of a sudden, the soft water sword intent was completely retracted. What followed after was a vast and mighty murderous intent. All of Yizue's tactics were to deal with his soft water sword intent. Now, he had also found a way to deal with the soft water sword intent, to use the most violent attack to break the other party's defenses. Just like a river suddenly pouring into a river from all directions, it could break through in an instant. His strategy was completely correct, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually give up on that flawless defense at this moment and suddenly turn to attack. All of his strength was focused on one point and pierced toward him. Like a thunderbolt, the sword pierced straight through the sword light of Yizue's demonic sword. With just one strike, it pierced Yizue's right chest. Heaven and earth suddenly came to a standstill. Blood splattered. Dozens of sword wounds on Chu Yang's body spurted blood at the same time. This was caused by the final attack. The injuries looked horrifying, but they weren't fatal. His sword, it stopped at Yizue's chest and pierced 3 inches in his flesh. But it was a fatal move. Chu Yang didn't advance. Instead, he took 2 steps back and pulled out his sword. A look of disbelief appeared in Yizue's eyes. As if struck by lightning, his body suddenly froze. A complicated expression appeared on Yi Zue's face. Why didn't you use force? You could have killed me with one strike. Wouldn't it have been clean? Chu Yang shook his head and said hoarsely, Why should I kill you? Besides, I can't kill you either. Yi Zue's eyes revealed the viciousness of a vulture. Oh, Chu Yang shook his head. You are a fourth-grade peak-level expert. If my sword were to go any further, I wouldn't be able to break through your defense. The battle between swordsmen. It ends here for today. Yi Zue pondered for a moment. If you were to pierce in and I would counterattack and resist with all my might, you would definitely die. But even though I won't die, I will also become a cripple henceforth. All right, you've won this battle. I'm not your match in a battle of the same level. Chu Yang smiled. Straightforward. Although he said it beautifully, the truth was far from it. The reason why he didn't pierce in, it wasn't because he couldn't kill Yi Zue at all. Taking advantage of Yi Zue's underestimation of his opponent, Chu Yang could have used the sword intent silently and killed this dangerous enemy completely. And if he did that, Yi Zue wouldn't have a chance to counterattack at all. The real reason was that Chu Yang this time. He wanted to enter the Yi clan in the first place. A sword maniac like Yi Zue was an excellent springboard. How could Chu Yang let go of such an opportunity? In Chu Yang's opinion, this battle was a bright path to entering the Yi clan. But another reason was that a sword supremacy like Yi Zue, in Chu Yang's opinion, was a whetstone for Gu Duxing. If Gu Duxing couldn't fight him, he would probably regret it for the rest of his life. It's too much of a waste for you to die now. If you want to die, please die under my brother's sword. Yi Zue snorted and said, I won't accept your kindness either. Even though this sword of yours didn't hurt my internal organs, the crisscrossing sword aura still caused me quite a bit of damage. Your injuries are all superficial, but you bastard's last sword strike actually hurt my muscles and bones. Chu Yang said frankly, If I don't hurt you, what should I do if you go back on your words after the battle? Yi Zue burst into laughter. Actually, this was exactly what he had in mind. After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, he would immediately show his true cultivation and kill this person. What rules of the sword? How could he care so much about that? But was no longer feasible now. Chu Yang's sword strike had hurt his muscles and nerves. Even if he regained his fourth-grade cultivation and forcefully wielded his sword, it would also cause him to not be able to recover for a long time. In serious cases, he might even be handicapped for life. Both of them were exhausted after fighting until now. Chu Yang was truly exhausted. Even though Yi Zue wasn't at this level, his injuries weren't much better either. They sat on the ground and smiled at each other. But both of them knew in their hearts that there was absolutely no appreciation for each other. Yi Zue still wanted to kill Chu Yang, and Chu Yang also didn't have any good intentions toward Yi Zue. But on the surface, both of them were smiling kindly as if they were afraid that the other party couldn't sense their appreciation for each other. Great! Yi Zue smiled. What's your name? That defensive stance of yours was truly amazing. After a pause, he continued, especially when you suddenly appeared after a full defensive stance and decided the outcome with one strike. That was even more miraculous. I'm impressed. The logic behind this was very simple. Just like table tennis, if one were to blindly slice the ball for the entire game and then suddenly hit the board hard, even the world champion would probably be stunned in an instant. Of course, it was easy to say, but how difficult was it to actually do it? Chu Yang was about to answer when a sneering laugh suddenly rang out. The voice definitely wasn't far away. It was only within a few hundred feet. Both of their countenances changed abruptly. There was absolutely no kindness in this laughter. It was obviously an enemy. Moreover, he should have been prepared since a long time ago and only approached them abruptly after the battle ended. Both of them were engrossed in the battle just now. One was a sword maniac while the other was pressured so much that he didn't have the time to care about anything else. After the battle ended, both of them heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, they weren't very vigilant of their surroundings, but to be able to approach them in such a short period of time wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. From this, it could be seen that the person who came was definitely no ordinary person. Now that both of them were seriously injured, the situation was extremely bad. After midnight, it would be a hand-to-hand battle with double the monthly votes. Are you ready, G? Chapter 13:10. Yizue's face became extremely ugly. Obviously, he knew who this person was. Only Chuyang was more or less confused. This was already the Yi clan's territory. Was there anyone who dared to attack the Grand Duke of the Yi clan here? A voice said, "Nice to meet you, Brother Yi. I didn't expect to see you here again. This person in front of you must be the third elder of the Divine Clan. This is really a pleasant surprise for me." Another voice said, "Yes, I'm also so surprised that my eyeballs almost popped out. Big Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? Why are you sitting on the ground? Can it be that you can't move?" Yizue snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "I was wondering who it was. So it's Zhuge-Han. Ha! The third elder has stayed in your house for so long. Can't you tell if this is the third elder or not? As for you, Lan Ming, do you think you're qualified to talk to me like this?" Chuyang was shocked. He immediately knew who had come. It was actually the Grand Duke of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge-Han, and the second young master of the Lan clan, Lan Ming. Zhuge-Han, the leader of the younger generation of the Zhuge clan, was known as Zhuge-Han. It was said that his ability to plan was not inferior to the older generation of the Zhuge clan. It was indeed extraordinary. The name Zhuge-Han originally meant a scholar who could see through the mysteries of the heavens. But every time Chuyang heard this nickname, he felt like having diarrhea. Zhuge-Han, as the name suggests, could it be that Mo Tianji secretly came up and gave birth to him after he did that? The previous voice was obviously Zhuge-Han. He said calmly, "Brother Yi, you don't have to worry about this. Haha, I can still recognize the third elder. If I say he's the third elder, he's the third elder. If I say he's not, then he's not. Now I say he is." Chuyang was dumbfounded. He didn't expect to be labeled as the third elder of the Divine Clan just like this. At this moment, the feeling in his heart was incomparably wonderful. The real third elder is probably already hundreds of miles away from this place by now. But this group of people is grabbing me and calling me the third elder. Do I look like someone from the 3 Stars Divine Clan? Damn it, if Tantan was here, it would make sense. Chuyang cursed in his heart. Then he discovered one thing. The archdukes of these great families all had a common special ability. That was referring to a deer as a horse, lying through his teeth as if it was the truth. His face was not red, and his breath was not out of breath. He was elegant and graceful, including Yizue in front of him, Zhuge-Han who had just arrived, and Lan Ruo who had been killed by him in the lower 3 heavens. Yizue sneered. Zhuge-Han. It was just that he was excited by the prospect. It was fine as long as he said it out loud. Your Zhuge family has suffered heavy casualties. You do need to replenish your forces. Zhuge-Han smiled calmly. What Brother Yi said makes sense. Not only do we have to replenish the strength of our own family, we need to weaken the power of other clans. Brother Yi, don't you think so? On the side, Lan Meng sneered. Big Brother Yi, how did you manage to survive? This is the territory of your Yi clan. You were actually left alone in your own territory. You were even chased by our 2 clans. It can be seen that this person has a lifetime of opportunities. Yizue said coldly, even your boss, Lan Ruo, wouldn't dare to let out half a fart in front of me. Lan Meng, who do you think you are? Do you believe that I can let you die here if you say another word? The 2 4th-grade supreme martial artists beside you won't be able to protect you under my full-force attack. This sentence was full of murderous intent. Lan Ming shrank his neck. His eyes were filled with rage, but he really didn't dare to say another word. He understood that if Yizue really wanted to kill him at the risk of perishing together with him, then the 2 4th-grade supreme martial artists beside him really wouldn't be able to stop him. Even though Yizue was already injured now, they still wouldn't be able to stop him. Zhuge-Han stepped forward and said, Brother Yi, we are all good brothers. He could say and do whatever he wanted to do. Don't worry, I just want to invite Brother Yi to visit my house. We can meet each other day and night, talk about martial arts, and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the four seasons. As for this third elder, he is a great opportunity for my clan. Brother Yi, please don't blame us. Yi Zue just sneered. Zhuge Han, you actually didn't mention your purpose for strolling around the Yi clan's territory during this period of time. But no one in the Yi clan made things difficult for you, right? Why? Seeing that I'm alone and injured today, you want to take advantage of me. Zhuge Han said, Brother Yi, what are you talking about? Although I didn't say my purpose, didn't Brother Yi also guess that I'm here to hunt down the third elder? Otherwise, why would Brother Yi be here today? Yi Zue frowned and said maliciously, I see. You deliberately hid it, but I guessed it. So you want to make use of me to find the third elder for you. Zhuge Han sighed. Brother Yi, you're so smart. You're right. Although our Zhuge family is powerful, and the people we sent out this time are all masters, we're not as powerful as the Yi family at the center of the continent. Besides, our Zhuge clan can only predict the future. In terms of tracking skills, we are far inferior to the Yi clan's Yi Laixiang. Yi Zue suddenly felt as if his chest was blocked. He was so angry that his face turned red. Zhuge Han, you are indeed a descendant of the Zhuge clan. You are indeed sinister to a certain extent. Zhuge Han said apologetically, Brother Yi, it's better to be sinister than to die openly. I'm really sorry. Chuyang turned his head and saw a group of men in green and a group of men in blue standing not far away. The leader of the men in green was tall and handsome. His face was like jade, and his eyebrows were slanted to his temples. The expression on his face was gentle and elegant, just like a learned and gentle young man. The leader of the men in blue was a young man. He looked about the same age as Lan Chang'e, and his face was also somewhat similar. There were 7 to 8 people behind each of them. Chuyang sighed in his heart. I originally wanted to control Yi Zue and sneak into the Yi clan to find the place where the second section of the sword is hidden. I didn't expect that just when I was about to succeed, 2 big clans actually came to make trouble together. Aren't they trying to force me to my death? Looking at these people, the lowest level of cultivation is a first-grade supreme martial artist. And there are 2 fourth-grade supreme martial artists in each of them. What to say? Since the other party was so brazen, they must have people outside. Since they attacked Yi Zue, then they must have absolute confidence. Otherwise, why would they dare to attack the Grand Duke of the Yi clan in the Yi clan's territory? Seeing Chuyang turn his head, Zhuge Han smiled kindly. Third Elder, we haven't seen each other for 3 months. You've actually recovered so well and can even severely injure Brother Yi Zue of the Yi clan. You really surprised me. Chuyang touched his nose, extremely speechless. I say, Zhuge Han, look at me, or do I look like the third elder you mentioned? Zhuge Han looked at him seriously. Suddenly, he laughed and said, Third elder, you must be joking with me. Chuyang sighed and murmured, It's really time for the Zhuge clan to be disbanded. The first successor of the clan is actually seeing things. Yi Zue laughed. Zhuge Han said lightly, It's okay if third elder doesn't admit it, as long as you're back. You've been away for 3 months. Everyone in the clan misses you very much. He waved and shouted, Take him down. Wait. Yi Zue stood up. Zhuge Han, give me a reason. Zhuge Han was silent for a while and said lightly, Brother Yi, Yi Shifeng is already dead. We don't know what happened to Yi Shiyu now. He's disheartened and unable to recover from the setback. Among the first 3 dukes of the Yi clan, only you are still supporting the overall situation. Yi Zue nodded slowly. So, as long as I'm gone, the Yi clan will have no successor for a very long time. Brother Yi is indeed far-sighted. Zhuge Han smiled and said, However, the main reason is not because of this. Yi Zue said, Oh. Zhuge Han said lightly, Brother Yi, it's indeed an accident that we didn't expect that third elder could escape. But after he escaped, we intentionally increased the blockade on several other areas so that he could only escape to this side. And let him meet up with the people who came to pick him up. And I, at the same time, came here. Brother Yi, it's all for you. An accident led to a premeditated plan. Perhaps it's also heaven's will? Zhuge Han smiled gracefully and bowed slightly. Brother Yi, please forgive me. Yi Zui took a deep breath. In other words, your target from the beginning was actually me? Why? Zhuge Han smiled. Not entirely. Third Elder is also a very important target. But according to the guidance of fate, this third Elder in front of Brother Yi is more important. And Brother Yi yourself is no different from these two people. As for the reason, when Brother Yi arrives at Zhuge clan's Tianji city, I'll definitely give it all to you. Zhuge Han said elegantly. Brother Yi, there's no need to trouble yourself. You're a sword supremacy. Even with divine medicine, you won't be able to recover in a short time after being injured by the sword energy. Yi Zui's expression changed. Chuyang asked, I have a question. Why am I more important? Do you know who I am? Zhuge Han stared at him and smiled. My Zhuge clan offered the souls of 3 ancestors to calculate your identity. Although I don't know your origin, you have a great relationship with my Zhuge clan. If you're in the Zhuge clan will be fine. If you're not, the Zhuge clan will be uncertain. He finally stopped thinking that Chu Yang was the third elder, but this sentence also clearly meant that he would not let Chu Yang go no matter what. Don't ask me why, because fate has given such an instruction. Zhuge Han was very patient and graceful as he explained. Chu Yang said angrily, It's unreasonable. You don't even know who I am or what I look like. How dare you do such an absurd thing? It's totally unreasonable. Zhuge Han said lightly, One night in the sky, the tiger is in the plains and the dragon is in the sky. Drunken dreams are filled with pain. Falling into fate, one will be safe. He smiled lightly and said, This is the leak of heavenly secrets that the 3 ancestors exchanged their lives for back then. Being together with Yi Zui and harming Yi Zui's people is related to the safety of the Heavenly Secrets clan. Sir, do you understand now? It will start to erupt at midnight. Gee, see you at midnight, everyone. Chapter 1311. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. The Zhuge clan's prediction of heavenly secrets was indeed amazing. At a time when heavenly secrets were blurred and couldn't be seen clearly, they could actually predict such things accurately. In fact, even Zhuge Han didn't dare to confirm the true meaning of these words. He wasn't sure if they were right or not, but Chu Yang knew that they were right. As long as he was caught and brought into the Zhuge clan or assimilated by the Zhuge clan, then the Zhuge clan would be safe. Completely correct, because he was the tribulation swordmaster. One night in the sky. The tiger in the plains and the dragon in the sky. These 2 sentences, the first one was about the position and the second one was about Yi Zui and himself. Both of them were tigers in the plains, or Yi Zui was a tiger in the plains. He was a dragon in the sky. Thinking of this, Chu Yang's face heated up. Drunken dreams were painful. Yi Zui was injured, falling into heavenly secrets and being safe. This should be the main purpose of Zhuge Han's visit, but this sentence was also a little vague. Would it be safe if he fell into heavenly secrets, or if he and Yi Zui both fell into heavenly secrets? Chu Yang sighed in his heart. This Zhuge clan was really generous. They were actually willing to use the lives of 3 elders in exchange for a prediction of heavenly secrets. But he didn't know that the Zhuge clan was even more helpless. First, there was the medicine banquet, which turned the entire clan upside down. Then, there was the slaying of Tao battle, which reduced the overall high-end strength of the Zhuge clan by half. And there was also the matter of the tribulation swordmaster coming up. The Zhuge clan was in a terrible fix and overwhelmed. All the high-level experts went into seclusion, preparing to increase their strength as much as they could before the battle. But at this time, the 3rd elder of the sacred race, who had been on the brink of death, suddenly broke out of the prison, brimming with vitality. This was bad. The high-level experts were all in seclusion and weren't prepared for this at all. They actually let the 3rd elder meet up with the divine clan who had been waiting to receive him and rush out of the Zhuge clan. Then, the Zhuge clan really panicked. Once the third elder returned, the divine clan would take revenge on a large scale. They were preparing for a large-scale chase. Suddenly, they received news. The Li clan was making a large-scale move. It was suspected that the Tribulation Swordmaster had appeared. This was truly a case of a leaky roof being hit by continuous rain, a broken boat encountering headwinds. The Zhuge clan was at a loss for a moment. Thus, Zhuge Sanxiong risked the backlash of the heavenly secrets and made a divination. The divination showed that within 3 years, Zhuge Sanxiong would die. Thus, the Zhuge family became even more panicked. In order to save the clan, the 3 middle-level supreme ancestors sacrificed their cultivation that transcended the boundary between immortal and mortal, sacrificed their lives, and used their souls and blood as a guide. He broke through the seal of heaven's secret. He wanted to find a way to survive. Yet, they had found such an inexplicable path, and then the 3 ancestors had passed away. The Zhuge clan was also confused. What was going on? How could such an insignificant person decide the life and death of the Zhuge family with just a few inexplicable words? He was still doubtful. It was better to believe it than not to believe it at all. As a result, the Zhuge family made large-scale arrangements and mobilized all forces to prevent the sacred race elder from being caught. Instead, he was used as bait to rush into the Yi clan's territory. At the same time, Zhuge Han shouldered a heavy responsibility and came to the Yi clan. After spending time with Yi Zue, he pretended to accidentally leak some information. As the Grand Duke of the Yi clan, how intelligent was Yi Zue? With just a little leak, he had deduced the truth of the matter. Then, he rushed ahead of Zhuge Han to hunt down the 3rd elder of the sacred race. This indicated that all these developments were carried out silently and methodically according to the Zhuge family's strict budget, all the way until now. At this critical juncture, Chu Yang was chased out of the inn by Wu Jueqing and sped all the way. Hurried as a spark, he finally caught up. That prophecy of the Zhuge family, and Chu Yang finally succeeded in becoming one of the most important characters. Now that the 3 Cao Cao's case were facing each other, everyone was confused. But Yi Zue wanted to escape. Chu Yang wanted to escape, but Zhuge Han insisted on capturing the 2 of them together. It said that they would be safe once they fell into the heavenly secrets. But it didn't say that it was only this guy in front of him. The safest way was, of course, to capture the 2 of them together. The Yi clan was naturally powerful. The Zhuge family would never dare to provoke them normally. But now, the Zhuge family would be gone in 3 years. Why would they care about the Yi clan? So, what was the big deal about attacking Yi Zue? This was the cause and effect of the matter. With this development, the 3rd elder of the sacred race, who was originally very important, was no longer noticed by anyone at this moment. This world was just so wonderful. As for the Lan clan, it was a solid ally of the Zhuge family now. The Lan clan was gradually declining and lost more experts than any other clan. Left with no choice, they could only fully unite with the Zhuge family first. Zhuge Han looked at Chu Yang with a complicated gaze. Who exactly was this guy? Not only did he look sloppy, but he was also extremely filthy. Especially now, he was barefooted, and his whole body was covered with injuries. He looked like he only had 1 breath left. Chu Yang's face was covered with grease, and the filth on his body was still on his face. Especially now, he was dripping with blood, of course. Zhuge Han couldn't recognize that this guy in front of him was Chu Yang, Minister Chu, who had once created chaos in Tianji City. Besides, he didn't have much contact with Chu Yang at that time. "Sir, who are you?" Zhuge Han asked. Chu Yang was silent for a moment, but didn't answer him. He only said lightly, "Archduke Zhuge, from what I heard, the 4 lines you said seem to be something like a poem. The Tianji Gatha seems to be a little incomplete. There should be a few lines that you haven't said, right?" Zhuge Han's expression changed instantly. He grinned. "Whether it's complete or incomplete, you will know everything when you reach Tianji City." Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said sincerely, "Go into the Zhuge family, and there's no danger to my life. Naturally, it's not a difficult thing. But can you give me some time to consider? Zhuge Han was a little surprised, but still pretended to be generous. Of course. Shu Yang lowered his head, because just now, he heard a voice as soft as a mosquito. Let's rush out together. It was Yi Zue's voice. When Shu Yang looked, he saw that Yi Zue's lips were tightly shut, and he didn't move at all. He really didn't know how he could make a sound, and even condense it into a line to transmit his voice. But Shu Yang didn't have such ability. He could only lower his head, seeming to be deep in thought. But he asked subtly, "Rush out which way? How? Which side has a more complicated terrain?" Yi Zue's voice continued. They still have a few fifth-grade supreme martial artists, but they didn't notice them at the side. They must be waiting outside. We can only bet on our luck. Shu Yang said, "We can't go in the direction of the Yi clan." Yi Zue said, "From here to the northeast, it's the continent's #1 divine mountain, Pagoda Mountain. The terrain here is the most complicated. Once we enter the mountain, we will have to take many turns. Even those who are familiar with the terrain may not be able to make it out. But for us now, only this place is safer. As for whether we can make it out in the future, we'll talk about it later." Shu Yang agreed. "Yes, stay alive first. How's your injury?" Yi Zue asked. "I'm worried about your injury." Shu Yang's voice had a hint of laughter. Yi Zue also smiled. "If that's the case, follow my gesture and we'll attack together. Don't seek to kill the enemy, just rush out first. Since the terrain over there is complicated, there must be experts lying in ambush," Shu Yang said. Yi Zue said, "If there is, we can only try our best. I can only fight with all my might. If I can make it, I'll be lucky. If I can't, I'll be doomed." Admiration welled up in Shu Yang's heart. As the Grand Duke of the Yi clan, although Yi Zue wasn't a good person, his open-mindedness and willingness to let go were indeed top-notch. But Shu Yang knew that they probably couldn't rush over there. With Zhuge Han's means, since he appeared like this, he definitely had 100% confidence. Shu Yang even had Zhuge Han on him. He discovered the characteristics of Diwu Qingru and Mo Tianji. Of course, compared to these two, Zhuge Han's obvious weakness was that he talked too much. Since that was the case, then when he reached the mountain, he'd find another opportunity. At least after breaking out of this siege, he'd have a wide world to explore. It might be easy for them to catch Yi Zue, but to catch him, it really wasn't that easy. I've thought about it. Shu Yang looked up. Zhuge Han smiled lightly. "Oh, I can agree to go to the Zhuge clan, but I have a condition," Shu Yang said seriously. "What condition?" Although Zhuge Han was shrewd, he couldn't help but feel happy. "I don't agree," Yi Zue shouted. "If you want to go to the Zhuge clan, I'll kill you first. The Zhuge clan wants to deal with me. How can I allow you to help them? If you must die, let's all die together." Zhuge Han was slightly angry. He shouted, "Take Yi Zue down first." The order was given. 7 to 8 figures flew up at the same time. Yi Zue let out a shrill cry. Sword light flashed. Without dodging or avoiding, it actually pierced toward Shu Yang's back. Shu Yang was shocked and furious. He dodged and shouted, "Are you crazy?" Yi Zue snorted and shouted violently, "Let's all die together." He charged again. With a spin and a somersault, he had already condensed into a round sword light in midair. Like a long rainbow, it flew toward Shu Yang fiercely. Shu Yang's forehead was sweating. His leg that was seriously injured earlier didn't seem to be very agile. He was in an extremely sorry state. He shouted, You're crazy. What are you waiting for?" Before his voice died away, Yi Zue's sword light had already shot toward him. Shu Yang blocked with his sword, but didn't manage to. His chest and lower abdomen were immediately covered in blood. Under the intense pain, he let out a muffled groan and fell backward. Yi Zue roared like thunder and continued to attack, as if he wouldn't stop until he chopped this guy into minced meat. "Stop him." Zhuge Han was slightly puzzled. He added, "Be careful." However, although Zhuge Han thought that the other party might be trying to trick him, the few supreme martial artists who attacked didn't have the same brain as Zhuge Han. They only knew that this person in front of them was very important. Yi Zue wanted to kill him, so they had to protect him. They straightened their bodies and stood in front of Yizue. At this moment, sword energy rushed to the sky in front and behind them. The two Sword Supremes attacked at the same time. Chapter 13:12. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone had seen Yizue's combat power clearly. Of course, they knew that Yizue was not easy to deal with. But the wound on Yizue's chest was obviously caused by the sword aura, and it had injured his tendons. Under such circumstances, it was certain that Yizue would not be able to unleash his highest combat power. Yizue's current sword aura had confirmed everyone's guess. But what was really unexpected was definitely not Yizue, but Chu Yang. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there were definitely no less than 50 wounds on this guy's body. Although they were all superficial wounds, for a sword supremacy like Yizue to be injured to this extent, he was probably on the verge of death. Moreover, the wound on his leg that had almost severed his leg was something that everyone could see. Even the few fourth-grade supreme martial artists unanimously agreed that if he were to fight forcefully, this person would definitely not be able to unleash even 20% of his usual combat power. Who would have thought that the moment he attacked, he would actually unleash more than 120% of his combat power? Even if he was not injured at all, it would be very difficult for him to do so. And not only that, this guy originally seemed to have wavered due to his heavy injuries. But in the blink of an eye, he had turned against them. In the blink of an eye, Yizue was in front of them, and Chu Yang was behind them. The two sword supremacies attacked with all their might at the same time, surrounding these few supreme martial artists in the blink of an eye. Sword aura rampaged, and before the three first-grade supreme martial artists could even let out a scream, they turned into flesh and blood. The two third-grade supreme martial artists spun and fell out, their bodies full of sword wounds. The two fourth-grade supreme martial artists finally stabilized their footing. They roared furiously and counterattacked with all their might. Bam bam! Chu Yang and Yizue struck with their palms at the same time. At the same time, they let out a muffled groan. There was a crack in Chu Yang's body, and some bones were broken. But the two of them finally joined together. In an instant, the sword aura surged. Two great rivers converged into a torrent. It charged toward Zhuge Han and Lan Meng mightily. Zhuge Han let out a roar and attacked with all his might together with the other two beside him. This gentle-looking Zhuge clan Grand Duke was actually a first-grade supreme martial artist as well. All the experts from all directions pounced toward them at the same time. Chu Yang and Yizue shouted at the same time. Suddenly, the sword light changed direction abruptly. It endured the attacks of several masters with its body. At the same time, blood spurted out from its mouth. Finally, it changed direction. It brushed past Zhuge Han's body and shot to one side. On the other side, Lan Meng wanted to watch the show. In the blink of an eye, the two sword lights merged into one and rushed towards him like a bolt of lightning. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel as if his soul had left his body. His entire body was ice cold, and he almost cried out, "Quickly save!" However, the guard beside him had just moved and rushed over to stop him. It was too late to come back now. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the second Duke of the Lan clan let out a blood-curdling scream, and his entire body suddenly shattered into pieces. The two Dukes of the Lan clan were rather pitiful. Normally, they were always suppressed by Lan Ruo. Now that Lan Ruo was not around, they could finally come out for a spin. Just like that, he lost his life. The other clans were fine, but the Lan clan's first Duke Lan Ruo and second Duke Lan Meng were the only ones affected. The three men, Lan Chang'e, were all dead. Just like what Yizue had said earlier, there was no one left to carry on his legacy. Chu Yang was also rather black-hearted. Until today, the Lan clan, which was one of the major clans, had already lost 4 dukes to him alone, and they were all ranked at the top. Once Lan Meng died, there was an opening. Chu Yang and Yizue turned into a bolt of lightning and flew out, darting in a straight line on the grass. "Chase!" Zhuge Han shouted coldly. "Northeast direction?" Don't tell me that I don't know that it's a complicated place. 4 fifth-grade supreme martial artists are waiting for the two of you. Let's see where you can escape to. Everyone let out a howl. They chased after the two of them. Only the few supreme martial artists of the Lan clan stopped and looked at the bodies of the two dukes that had already turned into thousands of pieces. They wanted to cry, but had no tears. Thud! Only then did Lan Meng's head fall from the sky. There were hundreds of sore marks on it. Chu Yang and Yi Zue ran all the way. At this moment, both of them were seriously injured. Before Chu Yang made his move, he already had 2 incomplete versions of heavy pills in his mouth. After he made his move, in less than a breath's time, the 2 heavy pills had already been used up. 2 heavy pills meant that he had blocked 2 fatal injuries and recovered 2 times. Including the first time, it meant that he had used up 3 incomplete versions of heavy pills in the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, going back and forth at the gates of hell 3 times. Such a frequency simply made Chu Yang himself break out in cold sweat and feel like his soul was about to leave his body. As they ran all the way, Chu Yang suddenly realized that Yi Zue's aura was slowly changing. He had been injured repeatedly and was even hit twice by a 4th-grade supreme martial artist. 3 of his ribs were broken. It should have been a normal reaction for him to get weaker and weaker. But now, he was not getting weaker and weaker. Instead, he was getting crazier and crazier. It was as if these repeated injuries were instead triggered by some violent reason. The destructive, violent, and brutal aura on him was getting heavier and heavier. Every time this aura got heavier, his speed would become a little faster and his aura would also become a little more majestic. Moreover, even in such a frenzied state, there were actually faint traces of black aura slowly emerging from Yi Zue's body and sword as more and more black aura emerged. Chu Yang discovered to his surprise that the wound on Yi Zue's chest was also slowly healing. The bones in his body were also making subtle cracking sounds as they gradually returned to their original positions and then recovered. What's going on? Even though the two of them were working together, Chu Yang couldn't help but be shocked. This is demonic aura, the sword spirit said slowly in the consciousness space. No wonder Yi Zue's cultivation is so fast and his body can produce demonic aura. But he's just an ordinary person. How can he produce such demonic aura? Demonic aura? The aura of an extraterrestrial demon? Chu Yang's heart shook as he asked. This shock was no small matter. He almost stopped in his tracks. I've never seen an extraterrestrial demon before either. The sword spirit was a little embarrassed. But according to the legends, this demonic aura is very similar to that of an extraterrestrial demon. This aura is very similar to... Chu Yang was puzzled at once. Why would there be an extraterrestrial demon aura on Yi Zue? Could it be that one could come into contact with extraterrestrial demons in this heavenly continent? If that was the case, this continent would have been extinct a long time ago. Could it still exist until now? The sword spirit pondered. He said, not necessarily. There are a few possibilities for this aura. The first possibility is that after a powerful extraterrestrial demon exploded, its legacy traveled through space and came to the heavenly continent. But it was obtained by Yi Zue. But if that's the case, Yi Zue shouldn't be as weak as he is now. Chu Yang asked, what's the second possibility? The second possibility is that something worn by an extraterrestrial demon, such as a jade pendant, a sword, and so on, was obtained by Yi Zue. But Yi Zue hasn't really unlocked its secret yet, but he's already on the verge of unlocking it now. The third possibility is that he was possessed by the soul of an extraterrestrial demon. However, if he was possessed, the heavenly continent would already be gone by now. So the third possibility is also impossible. The sword spirit said in one breath. Chu Yang seemed to have understood something. Then there's only the second possibility. The sword spirit nodded heavily. Yi Zue must have had a fortuitous encounter, and it must be related to the extraterrestrial demon. A sword light flashed across the grassland. Speed. It wasn't like a streak of light, but a streak of light. Behind him, several figures chased after him relentlessly like maggots on his bones. Dozens of miles passed in the blink of an eye. Yizue was also rather perplexed by Chu Yang beside him. This fellow, wasn't he on the verge of death? How did he suddenly become so lively? Could it be that he had been conserving his strength during the battle with me earlier? In that case, I can't be in a hurry to kill this person after this. It's best to have another battle. The sword light cut through a dense forest. With a thud, it plowed out a straight and smooth path. A tall mountain appeared in front of him. There was indeed something strange about this mountain. The entire mountain was like a pagoda. From the bottom to the top, one went up layer by layer. From the second layer onward, it was hidden in the clouds, barely visible. From the fourth layer onward, nothing could be seen at all. And this was when the sky was clear and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. If it rained on a cloudy day, nothing could be seen from the foot of the mountain. The characteristics of the pagoda mountain were similar to the Zhuge clan's Mount Xingyan. In fact, it was even more solid than Mount Xingyan. Every corner of the continent had one or more such strange places. It seemed to be a coincidence, but it also seemed to be deliberately arranged. But in terms of the degree of mystery, the Pagoda Mountain was the most. There's a local folk song that talked about the Pagoda Mountain. Pagoda Mountain, the top of the pagoda is sharp, the top of the pagoda is a god, 1 foot on the ground and 1 hand holding up the sky. The sky is this heaven. In front of the Pagoda Mountain, there were only 4 paths to enter the Pagoda Mountain from this direction. Now, these 4 paths were occupied by 4 people. Looking at the blazing sword light that was rushing toward them at high speed from afar, the 4 of them adjusted themselves automatically, giving up on the 2 paths at the side and guarding the 2 paths in the middle. As expected, Grand Duke, they have indeed rushed out, and they are really coming in this direction. A smile appeared on one of them. Perhaps Izay doesn't know that if he really escapes in the direction of the Yi clan, there really won't be anyone stopping him there. Another person smiled and said, Grand Duke's great foresight has really reached a certain level. The third person said solemnly, they're getting closer and closer. We must take them down in one fell swoop. The other 3 laughed softly at the same time. We have long been prepared. Even if these 2 people are both tribulation sword masters, they won't be able to escape from the palms of the 4 of us today. They weren't boasting at all. 4 5th-grade supreme martial artists against a 4th-grade sword supremacy who is already seriously injured and a 2nd-grade sword supremacy who was on the verge of death. It was absolutely a piece of cake for them. Chapter 13:13. Looking at the 2 rays of sword light that were getting closer and closer, the 4 supreme martial artists revealed a look of delight like a cat toying with a mouse. You guys were running for your lives, but you probably didn't expect that the escape route that you thought had the greatest chance of survival would be your doomsday, right? The sword light was getting closer and closer. The 4 supreme martial artists were ready to strike. Once they struck, it would be a thunderous strike. Chu Yang and Yizue had even discovered each other's aura. But at this moment, the 2 of them were helpless. As long as they entered the mountain, Yizue was confident that he could shake off the pursuers based on his familiarity with the Pagoda Mountain. But the other party was waiting at the mountain pass. He couldn't enter at all. Yizue himself wasn't sure what the Pagoda Mountain was. He only knew that this mountain contained countless big secrets and that his elder master often came to the Pagoda Mountain to cultivate in seclusion. Although he was at home after coming out of seclusion, he often ordered people to pay attention to the activities here. But he never said what was here. Yizue had come to the Pagoda Mountain before, and one of his most important things was obtained from the 4th level of the Pagoda Mountain. Above the 3rd level, there were thousands of mazes. Above the 4th level, there was no clue at all. That time, Yizue had almost died inside as well. But Yizue felt that even if he died that time, it was worth it, because he repeatedly came to the Pagoda Mountain more than 10 times after that, but he never found that wonderful place again. This matter was buried in the bottom of Yizue's heart and became his greatest regret as well as his greatest wish. When Shuyang first saw the Pagoda Mountain, his expression was very strange. He dared to bet. He bet with all his assets, and even the tribulation sword. When he came from the north, he definitely didn't discover this mountain. He came from the north. But this mountain, it was in the northeast, less than 100 miles away. He actually didn't discover such a mysterious mountain range that was filled with fog and towered into the clouds. Even on the mountain where Wei Wuyan fought, he should have seen it clearly. That was what he should do. It was totally possible to see it from the northwest from afar, but he didn't discover it. Chu Yang remembered it very clearly. When he rushed over from the northwest, he even specially looked in the northeast direction. What he saw was a plain. But now, they were heading north from south. What they saw was actually the world-famous Pagoda Mountain. What was going on? There was an enemy blocking his path. Chu Yang and Yi Zue had no choice but to meet force with force. Breaking through the seal was the only way to survive. If he couldn't break through, he would have to do what Zhuge Han said, go to the Zhuge family as a guest. A few hundred meters behind him, Zhuge Han smiled proudly. Yi Chunshun often went into seclusion at the Pagoda Mountain. However, during this period of time, Yi Chunshun was not around. Everyone thought that it was impossible for them to set up an ambush here, but I set up an ambush here. Yi Zue, on the other hand, had finally lived up to his expectations and had chosen this path. Let's see where you can run to. At this moment, there was naturally no Yi Chunshun on the Pagoda Mountain. Furthermore, even if Yi Chunshun were to enter the Pagoda Mountain right now, he would also clearly say that there was not a single person on the Pagoda Mountain right now. Absolutely. Not a single person existed. However, in reality, at this moment, on the first level of the Pagoda Mountain, there was a gray-robed man standing in the wind in the dense clouds. This gray-robed man's entire body seemed to have melted into the clouds, blowing with the breeze. As the clouds scattered and gathered again, it was as if he was the wind. He was the clouds. At this moment, this man was frowning as he looked at the sword light that was rushing toward him from the foot of the mountain. His gaze seemed to have transcended the distance and captured the two people who were running away in his eyes. He saw them clearly. Even the wounds on their bodies were clearly seen by him. Not a single one of them was missed. Tilting his head, the gray-robed man murmured somewhat doubtfully, "Why does this fellow look so much like Chu Yang?" Then, he narrowed his eyes and focused on Chu Yang's body. Then he smiled and said, "It's really this little bastard." He clearly saw that under the cover of the bloody wounds all over Chu Yang's body, his muscles and bones were safe and sound. Furthermore, they were slowly but surely recovering on their own. This little rascal only knows how to pretend to be weak. Other than this move, he really doesn't know anything else. The gray-robed man seemed to be greatly dissatisfied with Chu Yang and had a lot of opinions. At this moment, looking at this little rascal in such a sorry state, the gray-robed man actually felt relaxed and happy. He couldn't help but open his mouth and laugh silently. "Little rascal, this is what you get for being naughty. You got your retribution. You deserve it. Ha!" But the next moment, he frowned. "From the looks of it, if I don't do anything, I'm afraid this rascal really won't be able to escape this time. This matter, if this little rascal dies, it won't be right." His gray-white eyebrows trembled slightly as he finally made up his mind. Forget it. Take it that I owe you." The gray-robed man sighed softly. "Otherwise, if this little rascal knows that I watched this rascal fall into danger without doing anything, I reckon this old man will really be fired." Sighing, he stretched out two hands from his sleeves and pressed down from afar. His face was full of reluctance. "Actually, I'm hoping that this rascal will be captured and sent to do manual labor every day." Sigh. Although he said this, for abundant and irresistible forces silently seeped out from his hands and pressed down with lightning-like speed. At this moment, the four supreme martial artists below were all smiling as they slowly raised their hands and placed them on the hilts of their swords and sabers. This action was completely natural for each of them. When the four of them moved together, it gave off an even more abundant and irresistible feeling. At this moment, the aura of the four of them suddenly rose to the peak. A pressure as heavy as a mountain surged out, surging toward Chu Yang and Yizue, who were coming straight at them like raging waves and stormy seas. Chu Yang only felt suffocated. For a moment, both of them were greatly shocked. Yizue cursed. Bastards, they kept showing the aura of a fifth-grade supreme martial artist. But it turns out that each of these bastards is actually a fifth-grade supreme martial artist. Chu Yang's heart also sank fiercely. The reason why he agreed to follow Yizue here was because of Yizue's confidence. Yizue himself was a fourth-grade sword supremacy. If the other party was only a fifth-grade supreme martial artist, Yizue might have a chance of escaping into the mountains if he fought with his life on the line. Moreover, Chu Yang was assisting him from the side. But now, the other party was a fifth-grade supreme martial artist. The difference between a fourth-grade supreme martial artist and a fifth-grade supreme martial artist was almost equivalent to the difference between a fourth-grade supreme martial artist and a fifth-grade supreme martial artist. How was he going to fight this battle? Chu Yang cursed in his heart. This bastard Yizue, you could have been muddle-headed another time, but why did you have to be muddle-headed at such a critical moment and misjudge the other party? Now look at you. I've really been screwed over by you, and it even flew toward the other party's hand on its own accord. Is there anything more tragic than this? And now that the other party had locked on him while he was running at full speed, it was already too late for him to change direction. A thought popped up in Chu Yang's heart, and he couldn't help but agree. As expected, don't be afraid of godlike enemies, but be afraid of pig-like teammates. This time, I've indeed been implicated by this pig. In front, the four people's hands pressed on the hilts of their swords and sabers at the same time. A heavy aura, together with a murderous aura, erupted with a loud bang. The person in the middle, his clothes fluttering, said with a smile, "Dookie, sorry for the offense." Yizue's eyes were already filled with irritation. He sped up and scolded, "Offend your mother. A good dog doesn't block the way. Get out of my way." The four supreme martial artists revealed a mocking smile at the same time. "Is great young Master Yi instructing us? I'm sorry. Do you think that you still have the right to give us orders now?" Yizue let out a long howl and shouted, "Gather at one place and break through." Although Chu Yang despised him, was furious with him, and almost wanted to strangle him to death personally, he had to admit that this was the only best plan at the moment. Although it was also a sure-death plan, it was still a little stronger than the other plans. The tips of the two people's swords vibrated at the same time. The next moment, the aura of the sword's supremacy erupted abruptly, exploding. Two beams of sword light merged into one and actually emitted a blazing white airflow similar to sword intent. Then, the two of them flew up, one on the left and one on the right. With their swords in front and their bodies behind, they charged toward the gap between the four people. The four supreme martial artists opposite them laughed heartily at the same time. They drew their swords out of their scabbards, ready to fight. Right at this moment, the smiles on the four people's faces suddenly froze. Their swords and sabers were only pulled out halfway from their scabbards before they couldn't be pulled out anymore. At this moment, the four of them all felt a huge force suddenly descending from the sky, as if a piece of the blue sky had collapsed at this moment and just happened to smash onto their shoulders. Then this force condensed on their shoulders. Then they couldn't control their own bodies at all. They were completely stiff. Not only could they not draw their swords, they couldn't move, and they couldn't even change the smile on their faces. Just like that, they maintained an aggressive aura and maintained a calm and graceful combat posture of experts. But they were all stiff right here, with a spirit of desperation and an unparalleled aura of if they succeed or die trying. Chu Yang and Yizue suddenly burst forth and charged over. Both of them were paying close attention to the enemy's movements. Yizue was thinking, the moment they make a move, I'll immediately pull this fellow beside me and let him fall forward. Then, I'll immediately turn around and leave. I'll save myself first before anything else. Chapter 13-14. Both of them were calculating in their hearts. Naturally, they also reserved some strength in their hands to prepare for any changes. The other party drew his sword abruptly, making both of their hearts skip a beat. Then, both of them rushed into that gap with sword light. But both of their muscles were tensed up, ready for the fatal blow that the enemy was bound to deliver. Both of them knew that this attack was bound to happen. It was absolutely necessary. As long as they could block this blow, they would be able to rush in. If they couldn't, they could only become captives. Luckily, I prepared a scapegoat, just that I don't know if I can succeed. Both of them thought this, secretly delighted and nervous. But the next moment, both of them felt a pleasant surprise that their hearts couldn't take. The other party actually maintained that majestic and murderous posture and didn't move at all. They simply let the two of them pass through the four of them. They didn't even block them. In fact, after the two of them rushed in, those four people were still posing and acting cool. They didn't even turn back to chase after them. Even though they shouldn't turn back in a high-speed escape at a critical moment, the two Sword Supremes still couldn't help but turn back to look. It was really too strange. Why was this so? The moment they turned back, they only saw the backs of four people. These four people were still standing majestically, looking straight ahead. It's really strange. Yi Zue muttered. Are these four people just here to pose and scare us? Hurry up and go. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Chuyang lectured him exasperatedly. Pulling Yi Zue along, it was only now that the two of them were truly in the same boat through thick and thin, working together as one. With a swoosh, they entered the pagoda mountain. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace in the clouds. Both of them understood that although they had their own ideas, if nothing happened to the other party, the possibility of escaping was infinitely close to zero. Luckily, something happened to the other party. It was all thanks to this accident. Not only were Chuyang and Yi Zue stunned, even Zhuge Han, who was chasing after them, didn't know what to feel. He had been chasing after them for so long. Using tricks, empty fort strategy, psychological warfare, and strong oppression, he finally drove these two people to the mouth of the cloth bag that he had set up. Just one cloth bag. These two people were the result of being captured without putting up a fight. There was absolutely no other possibility. Why was it that at such a time, the four fifth-grade supreme martial artists had all turned into statues? Zhuge Han originally had a confident smile on his face as he chased after Li Mu unhurriedly. His movements were natural and unrestrained. Looking from afar, he saw that the four experts of the clan had already begun to move in a posture that would frighten people to death. He almost laughed out loud. However, in the next moment, the four experts actually remained motionless, allowing the enemy to rush past them. He didn't even try to stop him. Seeing this, Zhuge Han couldn't catch his breath and fell to the ground with a thud. He rolled 7 or 8 times on the grass like an ingot before he stood up. He rubbed his eyes and looked over. That's right. The two of them had already disappeared behind the four fifth-grade supreme martial artists. Not even their shadows could be seen. And the four fifth-grade supreme martial artists were still smiling complacently, as if they had a card up their sleeves. They had a look of satisfaction on their faces, as if they had succeeded in their mission. He stood there in a pose. Zhuge Han only felt a buzzing sound in his head. He was dizzy and wanted to cry, but had no tears. He roared, "What are you doing?" He let out a violent roar that shook the entire area. The echoes shook. In the clouds of the pagoda mountain, a series of echoes suddenly came. "What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What? Is it? It was really a thunderbolt in spring." However, the four supreme martial artists were still smiling happily, as if they were cats playing with a mouse. They stood majestically with their hands on the sword hilt. Their swords were half a foot out of the sheath, cold light, flashing, and murderous. But they didn't move at all. 8 eyes looked at Zhuge Han mockingly. Even their eyebrows didn't move. At this moment, Zhuge Han's heart was cold. Damn it, what the hell is this? Didn't they get tricked? Am I the one who got tricked instead? Are these 4 fellows the spies of the Yi clan? Cough, that's impossible. One of them is my great-grandfather. How could it be? Zhuge Han led his men. He walked in front of the four supreme martial artists like lightning and shouted anxiously, "What the hell is going on? Why didn't you stop them?" His voice was full of questioning. The four supreme martial artists were still smiling mockingly, standing tall. Then the four of them suddenly fell to the ground with a pu-pu-pu-pu sound. One by one, they fell on their backs, looking extremely pathetic. Then they got up, as if waking up from a dream. "What's going on? What happened just now?" Zhuge Hun's lungs were about to explode. He roared, "What's going on? I'm the one asking you. What happened just now? Why didn't you stop them?" The four supreme martial artists looked at each other and clearly remembered what happened just now. They just couldn't move, but it didn't mean they couldn't see or hear. He had seen and heard everything that had happened earlier, but they were puzzled. Why? Why couldn't they move all of a sudden? Facing Zhuge Hun's furious face, the four supreme martial artists were a little ashamed and a little frightened. Wasn't it too easy to kill them with that kind of power just now? Just now. I don't know what happened just now. The four of us were just about to attack, and suddenly we couldn't move. Then you came, and we could move again suddenly. One of the fifth-grade supreme martial artists stammered. Even though he had said those words, he didn't believe them himself. So this explanation was really not backed up at all. You couldn't move all of a sudden just now? So they went over? But when I came, you could move again? So you moved? Zhuge Hun was so angry that he almost fainted. His nose was crooked, and he roared, "What nonsense is this? Do you believe it yourselves?" The four supreme martial artists looked ashamed. Yes, they didn't believe it themselves. What should they say? But what happened just now was really like that. What can they say? You're angry, we understand, but we're also wronged. Zhuge Hun's handsome face was red. Do you know what you've done just now? Huh? Do you know how much disaster Yi Zue's escape will bring to our Zhuge clan? Do you know that you've let that person go just now? How big of a loss it is to our clan? That's the guidance of the heavenly secret that our three ancestors exchanged with their lives. Zhuge Hun roared, almost disregarding his image, stomping his feet and scolding. The four supreme martial artists hung their heads, looking depressed. Until now, their minds were still a mess. What exactly happened? Could it be that they saw a ghost? But what kind of ghost dared to bewitch the minds of four fifth-grade supreme martial artists? Otherwise, how could they explain it? After a long time, everyone calmed down, and the four supreme martial artists had a chance to explain. It's really like this. I just felt my shoulders sink, and then I couldn't move. The fifth-grade supreme martial artist looked anxious. I'm not lying. I won't tell such a ridiculous lie. It's true. Ask them if you don't believe me. It's really true. It's really like this. The other three supreme martial artists nodded vigorously. It's absolutely true. I'm definitely not lying. Zhuge Hun fainted. We're all of the pure blood of the Zhuge clan. How can we betray our own clan? This sentence was very powerful. Zhuge Han had to believe it. Besides, these four people were really not people he could punish. Could such a thing really happen? Zhuge Han had to calm down and think about this problem. What kind of power is that? Zhuge Han asked. What kind of expert? How can he have such power? A peak-grade supreme martial artist? The four fifth-grade supreme martial artists showed uncertain fear at the same time. I don't know, but what's certain is that Elder Master can't have such power. So on and so forth. Even a peak-grade supreme martial artist may not be able to. The people of the Zhuge clan discussed. Regarding this miraculous incident, everyone was talking about it. Zhuge Han looked up at the sky and sighed. Yi Zue and that person had already entered the pagoda mountain, and there was no hope of catching them. Retreat immediately. Retreat to the clan. Zhuge Han made a prompt decision. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to catch them, and they wouldn't be able to go back either. Yi Zue would definitely not let this go. The people of the Zhuge clan retreated like a tide, until they disappeared into the horizon. Zhuge Han was still looking back frequently. They had failed this time. When would they have another chance? Was the Zhuge clan going to lose three ancestors again to predict the future again? Or they were so sure this time, but they still failed so bizarrely. Then, next time, Were they confident? Was the Zhuge clan really coming to an end? The people of the Zhuge clan left with a heavy heart. The people of the Lan clan, they left with an even heavier heart. The second duke was dead. He died in front of them, tragic beyond words. They followed Zhuge Han to the territory of the Yi clan and didn't get anything. The only gain was that they left 3 lives, including the second duke of the clan. Grand Duke Lan Ruo was isolated in the lower 3 heavens and couldn't come up. Third Duke Lan Changa, second Grandmaster Lan Muxue, and 70 to 80 supreme martial artists died in Tianji City. More than 20 supreme martial artists of the Lan clan died in a snowy wilderness in pursuit of the Moon Breeze couple. Second Duke Lan Meng died in the territory of the Yi clan. The talents of the Lan clan had really withered to the point where people would cry at the thought of it. Everyone's footsteps felt as if they were dragging 1,000 pounds. One could imagine what they would encounter when they returned this time. Every step they took was really filled with tears. Chu Yang and Yi Zue rushed into the pagoda mountain at lightning speed. Chapter 13-15. Why didn't they stop us? Both of them were puzzled by this question. Both of them said this almost at the same time. Then, both of them looked at each other questioningly. Then, they smiled bitterly at the same time. So you don't know either. Both of them said this at the same time again. Then, both of them burst into laughter at the same time. Just a moment ago, both of them were still scheming against each other. But now, after experiencing a life-or-death chase and working together to successfully escape, both of them had a feeling in their hearts, as if the enmity in their hearts had weakened a little. Humans were all like this. After suddenly experiencing extreme danger, they would always subconsciously feel incomparably close to the people around them, even if they were their enemies. But the kindness in this moment was the most precious thing in the world. Although I don't know, there's absolutely no reason for them to let us go. Chu Yang smiled and analyzed. Their sudden abnormal behavior must have encountered some irresistible force. Brother Yi, could it be that your elder master is here? Could it be that he made a move and stopped the 4 5th-grade supreme martial artists? Yi Zue pondered for a moment and said, Impossible. If he can really subdue 4 5th-grade supreme martial artists who are accumulating power and waiting for the right moment, and are about to attack, I'm afraid that my old ancestors' cultivation isn't at such a level yet. Chu Yang let out a no. He became more and more puzzled. There were only a handful of people with such cultivation in the world. Who exactly was here? He recalled what Zi Xieching said before she left. An expert who fought with me in the heavenly layer. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Could there be a hidden expert here? But why would this expert help us? Let not think about these things. If someone really saved us, he must have a motive. Since he has a motive, we'll just have to wait. Yi Zue chuckled, stretched out his legs, and sat down comfortably. Chu Yang was rather impressed. This guy, other than being completely unlike a human when he's vicious, he's quite open-minded in terms of his temperament. We got to know each other after a fight, but I still don't know what your name is. A hint of a smile appeared on Yi Zue's cold face. He lowered his head and continued to treat his wounds, his movements extremely nimble. Me? If I tell you my name, you'll be shocked. Chu Yang laughed mischievously. You scare me? Yi Zue revealed a smile that he couldn't help but laugh. Even if you say that you are the Dharma Supreme, I won't be surprised. My name is Chu Yang. They all call me Extraterrestrial Demon. Chu Yang chuckled. Isn't this name particularly scary? Yi Zue burst into laughter. If you're an extraterrestrial demon, then I would be the supreme ruler of the Heaven Imperial Court. What kind of joke is this? Chu Yang chuckled and said, It seems that there are still a lot of sensible people in this world. Yi Zue snorted. He said, Actually, the world is like this. Who asked you to offend a ruler? When the Dharma Supreme said that you were an extraterrestrial demon, only a few ignorant idiots would believe it. You can ask the big clans and law enforcers. Who would believe that? But it doesn't matter if you don't believe me. I'll still shout this slogan to catch you. It's like a country where you offend the emperor. The emperor casually said that you are a rebel thief, and the whole world is besieging you. What can you do? We don't believe that you are an extraterrestrial demon, but if the Dharma Supreme says so, then you must be. You cannot be. Our big clans also don't want to offend the Dharma Supreme, so we can only follow suit to catch you. That's all. Today, you and I have gone through thick and thin together, so I won't deal with you. But tomorrow, when I return to the clan and see you again, I will still use the extraterrestrial demon as an extraterrestrial demon. And then, when I see you again, I will still use the crime of being an extraterrestrial demon to catch you, and then obtain preferential treatment from the Dharma Supreme for the Yi clan. Do you understand? Yi Zue said, full of sarcasm. What kind of preferential treatment can the Dharma Supreme give you? Chuyang asked, perplexed. Yi Zue laughed sinisterly. Brother, you are still too young. In this world, martial strength is not the only thing that makes one invincible. Power is the only thing that can truly make one invincible. In the 10,000 years of development of the Yi clan, side branches have been appearing continuously. Slowly, just those with the surname Yi alone have close to 1 million people. Among these 1 million people, only those who are suitable for cultivation. Not more than 100,000 people. And by 100,000 people, I mean martial arts grandmasters and martial artists are also considered cultivators. In that case, including their relatives, the population of the Yi clan is probably as high as 4 to 5 million people. What do these people eat? What do they drink? What do they use? Although our Yi clan has a big business, we can't just abandon these. Therefore, we can only keep adding all kinds of businesses to maintain the entire clan. After adding businesses, we can't just produce and sell our own businesses. We have to go through some channels to exchange our businesses for things that we need. And these channels are in the hands of the law enforcement officers. The Yi clan is very powerful, the #1 ruling clan in the heavens. But the law enforcement officers are in charge of the entire heavens. In the territory of the Yi clan, we can settle everything. But if you displease the Dharma Supreme, he could detain your goods and people at will in any territory that doesn't belong to the Yi clan. By the time you find someone, and use your connections to rescue these things. Just the delay of time is enough to make this trip not only a waste of time, but also a complete loss. But you can't just not do it. As the Yi clan, how can we just abandon our own clansmen? We can't afford to lose face like this. If we lose, we can't even find the law enforcement officers. We can only blame ourselves for being unlucky. We also want to make some extra money from the affiliated clans, blood payers, and bandits. But where in the world are there so many bandits waiting for you to exterminate? Not to mention the affiliated clans. If you mess with the affiliated clans, you're messing with yourself. But as long as the Dharma Supreme opens his mouth, all the people in our clan who are not suitable for cultivation will be able to eat their fill for at least a few years. Izue laughed bitterly. It's the same for all the big clans. Gold and silver are worthless in the heavens now. But no matter how worthless they are, they still need to be earned. Those things won't fall from the sky. Every clan is extremely conflicted. Izue laughed somewhat mockingly. How bloated is the legacy of 10,000 years? It was a good thing that a Calamity Sword Master would appear every 10,000 years. If the inheritance continued, there might be internal strife, and the people on the same side would kill each other. Dying in the hands of others was better than dying in one's own hands. At least we won't feel aggrieved. This is the power of the law enforcement officers. This power is enough to make the big clans go crazy. Therefore, when the Dharma Supreme said to deal with you, none of the big clans objected. Of course, except for the currently clan. The Li clan knows their own limits. Even if they listen to the Dharma Supreme doesn't like them now, so they might as well stake it all on one throw. If they become the next Tribulation clan, it will prove the failure of the Dharma Supreme and us. On the other hand, if they can't, it's just death either way. It doesn't matter how they die. Chu Yang's expression was dark. You're very thorough. What's the use of being thorough? Yizue laughed mockingly. Actually, the biggest drawback of this world is that there are too many people. So I'll seize the opportunity to kill. One less is one less. Chuyang rubbed his nose, smiled bitterly, and didn't say anything. He was sure that this young master he couldn't take praise. If you didn't praise him, he might still be able to say a few words of insight. But if you praised him, then it would immediately draw out the devil in him. How are you useful to the Zhuge clan? Yizue thought of something else. Didn't I still get dragged down by you? At the mention of this, Chuyang felt like he was going to vomit. He said angrily, if you didn't get me out and force me to fight with you, what do you think I would have to do now? Yizue rolled his eyes. Not necessarily, but he didn't pursue this question anymore. Instead, he changed the topic. However, if you are really Chuyang, then your advancement is really fast. Yizue's eyes were as cunning and vicious as a poisonous snake's. You're too young. Chuyang smiled bitterly. To be honest, I'm also a little confused about my cultivation. It's just that I was being hunted down that time and fell off a cliff. Coincidentally, there was a single-horned snake at the bottom of the cliff with its head raised. I smashed into its horn and killed it. Then I fell unconscious, but something came out of the horn and automatically flowed into my mouth. After that, I was unconscious for a few months and woke up feeling different. Then, I advanced a level every few days until now. You can say that I was lucky. Chuyang smiled bitterly. This lie was deliberately made up by the sword spirit in the tribulation space to trick Yizue into saying something. There must be a reason for the heavenly demon aura on Yizue. This was also what Chuyang was most worried about. As the saying went, to take an advance, one must give an advance. If you want someone to be honest with you, then you have to be honest with them first. But Yizue fell into deep thought. But what did you smash to death? Could it be? Hiss. He suddenly sucked in air, as if he had a toothache. I don't know what that is either. As Chuyang spoke, he described the thing he smashed to death bit by bit according to the sword spirit's description. You're actually the one who smashed to death the last divine dragon of the heavens. Yizue's eyes were like copper bells. He looked at Chuyang, full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Huh. Chuyang was a little dizzy. Legend has it that the divine dragon's entire body degenerates at the last stage. It's only waiting to bathe in the essence of heaven and earth and then rush up to the heavens. And that period of time is when the divine dragon is at its weakest, so it usually hides very well. Who would have thought that when someone knocked you off the cliff, you would coincidentally smash into the divine dragon's single-horned dragon essence? And the most fortunate thing is that the dragon essence actually flowed into your mouth on its own. Such dumb luck is really TSK, TSK, TSK. This dragon essence is a supreme treasure in the world that can improve the meridians, spirit, and soul of a human. Yizue smacked his lips, his face filled with unimaginable envy. Suddenly, he grabbed Chuyang's arm and bit down hard. Chapter 13:16. Yizue smacked his lips and closed his eyes to feel it. He said, there is indeed the scent of the legendary divine dragon. But you've already digested all of it. It's useless now. What a pity. He smacked his lips again. From the looks of it, if there was still the power of the divine dragon in Chuyang's body, he wouldn't mind eating Chuyang alive at all. Chuyang's hair stood on end. This guy really dares to eat people. He hurriedly took out some medicine and applied it on the bitten area. He cursed the sword spirit endlessly in his heart. The sword spirit looked innocent. How can he believe it if he doesn't take a bite and taste it? Chuyang said angrily. But where does the scent of the divine dragon come from on me? The sword spirit was speechless. You have Ao Shiyun's gift on you. Chuyang was tongue-tied. Yizue was already so jealous that his eyes were red. Why didn't such a good thing happen to me? Isn't it easy to be hunted down? I just casually went around the territories of the various clans and killed a few important people. Wouldn't I be hunted down endlessly? Sigh. Chuyang let out a wry laugh. This is just luck. This is simply heaven-defying luck, Yizue said furiously. From the looks of it, he was still brooding over the fact that such luck didn't happen to him. Actually, I should really thank the luck this time for changing me. If not for this incident, I would just be a good-for-nothing. Chu Yang continued to act according to the Sword Spirit script, his voice full of emotion. You don't know that before this, I was stuck at Martial Grandmaster and couldn't advance no matter what. Everyone said that in my lifetime, I would stop at Martial Grandmaster. Sure enough, when Yizue heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He sized Chu Yang up carefully before a smile appeared on his face. He laughed strangely. So you were once a good-for-nothing too? Yes, yes. Could it be that you were too? Chu Yang followed up. Yizue's face darkened. His eyes shone with a vicious light. He said slowly, that was a humiliation that I can never forget in my entire life. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. Everyone has a bitter past. Sigh. This sigh made Yiz empathize with each other even more. Right at this moment, the gray-robed man on the mountain peak also let out a long sigh. There was an interested look in his eyes, as if he was interested in Yizue. He was also very interested. Then, he raised his hand, and a faint wisp of spiritual consciousness floated down. However, I can't tell you about my bitter past. It's just that I can't bear to think about it. Originally, I was also a good-for-nothing. As for how I became stronger, I can't tell you even if I die. Yizue was very tight-lipped. Chu Yang was somewhat disappointed. He thought to himself, it seems that I still can't get anything out of him. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit sighed in disappointment. Suddenly, Yizue heaved another long sigh. Suddenly, he changed his tone and said, but it's okay to talk about it. You and I are strangers. There's no harm in telling you. Chu Yang was stunned. Why did he change his mind? Just a moment ago, she said, I'd rather die than tell you. The next moment, it actually became, it's okay to tell you. Fuck, is this Grand Duke crazy? Such self-contradictory words. He actually dared to say it out loud. Yizue gritted his teeth and said, back then, when I was born, I was known as a genius with unblocked meridians. When I was young, I was already interested in swords. I advanced at an astonishing speed and became a sword king when I was 15 years old. I was the only one in the entire heavens. The clan made me a Grand Duke and hoped that I would bring glory to the Yi clan. I was also very proud of my achievements. But after 15 years old, no matter how I cultivated, I realized that I couldn't improve at all. I once didn't eat or drink for half a month and just practiced swordsmanship. When I was tired, I would cut myself a few times. But it was completely ineffective. When I was 18 years old, the clan finally couldn't take it anymore. They invited a high priest from the Medicine Valley to take a look at me. Only then did they know that a certain section of my meridians was naturally narrow. Although it was just a small section, it couldn't be improved for the rest of my life. In other words, when I became a first-grade sword king, it was the highest level of my life, and there was no cure for it. When the clan found out about this, they immediately abolished my position as Grand Duke. During that period of time, although I was still desperately cultivating every day, no one paid attention to me anymore. Yizue gritted his teeth and smiled viciously. When I was 24 years old, during winter, everyone in the clan was having a meal together, but no one informed me. I snuck out of the clan and came here. He pointed at his feet. I went up the pagoda mountain alone on New Year's Eve and wandered around aimlessly. I even thought of dying. Then, I don't know what happened. I walked to a fork in the road and kept walking. Suddenly, I barged into a patch of clouds. In the midst of the clouds, I discovered a cave entrance. It was very cold then, so I went in, and undeniably, that cave entrance also seemed to be beckoning me to go in. After I went in, I discovered a strange corpse. Yizue tilted his head, a ferocious look on his face. He said, it was a very, very strange corpse. In any case, it wasn't human. It looked like a monkey. Yes, it was killed by a sword. That sword was pierced into the corpse's chest. I found it strange. Why was there a corpse in this cave and a sword on the corpse? Since that person had killed this monster, why didn't he take the sword away? Right at this moment, that sword suddenly vibrated. I clearly heard someone talking to me, saying, "If you pull out this sword, you will own the world." At that time, I thought, I'm already fucking crippled. What world can I own? So I didn't pull it out. Izue heaved a long sigh. Now, I really regret it. If I had pulled out that sword back then, my achievements might have been far greater than what I have now. This result was really beyond Chu Yang's expectations. He didn't pull out the sword. From what Izue said, Chu Yang and the sword spirit unanimously agreed that that sword was most likely the weapon of the extraterrestrial demon and had demonic properties. Izue probably achieved what he had today because of this sword. But they never expected that he didn't pull out the sword. Izue sighed for a long while before he said, "At that time, I was also extremely scared. I kept feeling that this matter was a little strange. Then, I realized that there was still half a scabbard on the ground. I thought, why don't I take this scabbard first? So I grabbed the scabbard in my hand. But the moment I grabbed it, I suddenly felt dizzy. The scabbard seemed to have a spirit and power. It pulled me towards the sword. I wanted to throw it away, but I couldn't. I struggled with all my might. I didn't expect that my head would hit the wall of the cave and I would faint. But I didn't notice that the scabbard actually stood up from the ground, and I sat on it. When Izue said this, Chuyang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Think about it. What if half a scabbard was stuck in the ground? Sitting on it? If I sat on it? Minister Chu suddenly felt a chill run down his ass and couldn't help but tighten it. When I woke up, I was covered in blood, and the scabbard was already gone. Izue continued. Chu Yang felt even more like he was about to burst out. Nonsense, of course it's gone. It even did that. I still had a feeling that there was still a force pulling me toward that sword. I was really scared and scrambled out of the cave. I didn't even know how I went down the mountain and returned home. The family was still having a feast and drinking celebration. No one noticed that I was covered in blood and stains, and no one knew that I went out and came back. Izue let out a wry laugh. Or perhaps they knew and just didn't care. It was only several days after I returned home that I realized that the scabbard hadn't disappeared. Instead, it had fused into my body through my blood. Chuyang rolled his eyes and thought to himself, I'm afraid it definitely didn't enter through your blood, right? Instead, it was you who swallowed that sword directly under some kind of lucky coincidence. Otherwise, how could it have let you go so obediently? As he listened to Yi Zue's story, Chuyang was suddenly filled with admiration for this world. Just how much of a coincidence did it have to be to create such a world-shaking figure like Yi Zue? Such an encounter was definitely something that no matter how hard one racked their brains, they definitely wouldn't be able to come up with. And on that scabbard, there was the first half of a mental cultivation technique and the first half of a sword technique. As for the other half, it was on the sword that I didn't manage to grab. Yet that latter half was the most important. At this point, Yi Zue was incredibly depressed, and there was a huge secret on that sword. That was even more of a pity. Sigh, having half a scabbard in my body, this feeling is really... Yi Zue sighed. At first, I also felt very uneasy, but then I realized that my meridians had suddenly returned to normal. I suddenly started to improve again, and that narrow section of meridians had already returned to normal. So I wondered if it was because of this half a scabbard. So I thought of trying to cultivate the upper half of the mental cultivation technique. I didn't expect that after trying it out, my cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. My cultivation speed actually reached more than 10 times the usual speed. Yi Zue said heavily, this half of the mental cultivation technique is called the Heavenly Demon Great Law. The moment the words Heavenly Demon Great Law left his mouth, the expression of the sword spirit in the tribulation dimension changed. Chuyang could even sense the sword spirit's fear. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart as well. Could this Heavenly Demon Great Law really be so terrifying? Of course I was happy that the Heavenly Demon Great Law was effective. So I started to cooperate with the heavenly demon great law again to practice that half of the sword technique, the demonic spirit slaying sword. Only then did I know that this was definitely the number one technique in the entire heavens. The number one sword technique. Its power was so great that it was unimaginable. Only then did I know that I had missed out on such a huge opportunity. But the heavenly demon great law was incomplete, and the demonic spirit slaying sword also only had the first half of the moves. However, the entire sword technique should have 18 moves. Moreover, only by using the complete heavenly demon great law to activate the complete demonic spirit slaying sword can one reach the supreme realm of slaughtering all living beings. Legend has it that when this technique is cultivated to a high level, one can slaughter all living beings in the world with just one strike. How I want to slaughter all living beings in this bastard's world. Chapter 13:17. After that, I came here countless times to search for it. But because I was in a daze at that time, I simply wandered around aimlessly and couldn't remember the exact location. Until now, several decades have passed, and I actually still haven't found that strange cave entrance. When Yizue said this, the gray-robed man on the mountaintop sighed and murmured, "I see. I was wondering why this fellow came once every 2 to 3 days. I see. After this fortuitous encounter, I kept it a secret and cultivated hard. Within 3 months, I became a sword emperor. During the clan competition, I appeared out of nowhere and killed the Grand Duke who had replaced me. At the same time, I defeated and killed my brothers of the same generation one by one. The 2 of them were from the same mother as me. I took back the position of Grand Duke." Yizue continued, his eyes gleaming with pleasure. Chuyang sighed somewhat. "Even though they were in the wrong in the past, they were your brothers after all. You killed them just like that, and you didn't feel guilty at all?" It was only then that I realized that my temperament had actually changed along with the cultivation technique. I became cold and heartless. I became someone who viewed human lives as worthless. Every time I killed someone, I would always feel my blood boiling and incredibly excited. My cultivation improved faster and faster, but my temperament became colder and colder. When Yizue said this, he seemed to have touched the softness in his heart in the past. He actually sighed softly. Actually, back then, I was also a kind and honest person. Moreover, I had always been filled with leeway toward this life. I once thought of using my strength to make the clan rule the world, to protect my parents and brothers and sisters. It was as if I used my strength to help many people and let everyone spread my good name. I also once thought that after I succeeded in practicing the sword, I would start a family. I would have a beautiful wife and concubines and live in harmony. But ever since I practiced the demonic great technique and the demonic spirit slaying sword, I became colder and colder. No matter how beautiful a woman was in my eyes, she was merely a body waiting to be killed by me. Other than practicing the sword, I didn't feel anything else. Other than the thrill of killing, I have no interest in anything else. I have never taken a wife until now. The women in this world only disgust me, but they don't make me like them. Furthermore, when I was being chased, I suffered many injuries and was in extreme pain. Countless strands of demonic energy actually appeared spontaneously, transforming my body and healing my injuries. However, as the demonic energy flowed out bit by bit, I can feel myself becoming more and more brutal. Yizue said rather painfully, "Back then, I also used to sing in the daytime. Drunk on a good night, handsome and young, a gentle scholar, the 3 sighed at the same time. One speaker, 2 listeners. One was in front of him, while the other was hidden in the dark. The 2 listeners had the same thought at the same time. This extraterrestrial demon is indeed terrifying. At the same time, a second thought came to his mind. So there is such a sword in this mountain, a demonic sword. Right at this moment, Yizue suddenly shuddered all over and jumped to his feet. He looked at Chu Yang as if he had seen a ghost. You bastard! What did you do to me? Chu Yang felt a little dizzy. He asked in confusion, What did I do to you? Suddenly, he became furious. What can I do to you? Yi Zue was flustered and exasperated. You bastard! You must have cast a demonic spell on me. He couldn't help but be flustered and exasperated. This was because he suddenly realized that he had actually revealed the biggest secret in his heart in great detail, without even being aware of it. This was the absolute secret that he relied on to survive. Before this, apart from himself, no one else in the entire heavens knew about it. Chu Yang, you are indeed an extraterrestrial demon. I didn't expect you to have such a technique to bewitch people. Yi Zue's face was full of murderous intent. Chu Yang was confused and disoriented. Do you know what you were saying? Yi Zue sneered. Of course I know, but I know even more that you are an extraterrestrial demon. Today, I must get rid of this evil for the heavens. Chu Yang was confused right away. He was really confused. What the hell? What exactly is going on? I really didn't force you to say anything. Chu Yang, how dare you use such a despicable method on me? Hand over your life. Yi Zue shouted and drew his sword. All of a sudden, demonic energy surged. Chu Yang jumped up in a flurry, completely unaware of what was going on. Drawing his sword to block, he shouted angrily, What exactly is wrong with you? Yi Zue didn't answer, but his sword moves became fiercer and fiercer. His expression was ferocious, as if he couldn't wait to chop Chu Yang into pieces. Chu Yang retreated step by step, instinctively using the gentle water sword intent to ward off the other party's attacks. But now, for some reason, Yi Zue's cultivation had suddenly increased by a lot. In the battle just now, Chu Yang could still ward off his attacks, but now he was actually powerless. Yi Zue's gaze became more and more ruthless. Chu Yang, you and I are irreconcilable. Chu Yang was really so wronged. Encountering such a lunatic was really something that would make anyone feel helpless. A moment ago, they were sitting together and having a heart-to-heart talk, talking about everything. The next moment, he drew his sword and killed without mercy. I really have to take my hat off to him. Take the first move of my demonic spirit slaying sword. Heavenly demon descends. Yi Zue jumped up abruptly and fell straight down from the sky. A faint stream of demonic energy could already be clearly seen mixed in the sword light, slashing toward him at lightning speed. Wherever the sword momentum reached, Chu Yang's front, back, left, and right were actually sealed by the demonic energy at the same time. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Iron wall and copper wall were activated brazenly, and then firmament winds and clouds horizontally. There was a loud clang. Yi Zue's body swayed, and Chu Yang retreated 7 to 8 steps. Blood actually seeped out of the corners of his mouth. This bastard actually disregarded his injuries and was already able to exert the power of a third-grade sword supremacy. And he was still continuing to increase it. In that collision just now, if not for the fact that the tribulation sword technique was incomparably miraculous and far more exquisite than this demonic spirit-slaying sword. Chu Yang would almost have been rendered immobile by that sword move just now. Demonic spirit-slaying sword. Second move. Heavenly demon spreads its wings. Demonic spirit-slaying sword. Third move. Demonic slaughter blade. Fourth move. Demonic blood. Fifth move. Chu Yang let out a strange cry and spat out blood. He turned and fled. As he retreated step by step, he had already reached a fork in the road. Chu Yang ran out in a panic. Motherfucker, this bastard has actually already advanced to the peak of third-grade sword supremacy. How am I supposed to withstand this? Where do you think you're going? Yi Zue's eyes were bloodshot. If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not human. He gave chase closely. In front, Chu Yang fled extremely gloomily, his heart filled with endless sorrow. What exactly is going on? Of course, Minister Chu didn't know that Yi Zue had revealed his greatest secret because his divine sense had been controlled by someone just now. In a situation where Chu Yang didn't know anything, he had been passively taken advantage of. Now that the person controlling him had withdrawn his divine sense, how could Yizhe not feel angry, worried, embarrassed, and apprehensive when he saw that he had actually revealed his greatest secret to Chu Yang? Right now, he was already at the point where he wouldn't rest until he killed Chu Yang on the mountaintop. The gray-robed man laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. I'll let you take advantage of me. Today, I'll let you know that some advantages can't be taken so easily. The two of them, one chasing and the other fleeing, had already turned several rounds in an instant. The terrain here was unbelievably complicated, but Chu Yang fled in front, while Yizue chased from behind. He actually didn't relax at all. Chu Yang understood at once. This guy comes here often and already knows the terrain of the few levels below like the back of his hand. If I continue to run down these few levels, I'm afraid he'll really catch up to me. The moment he thought of this, he stopped running down. When he reached the next fork in the road, he leaped and darted up the mountain path. Yizue gave chase furiously. Don't run. Hurry up and let me kill you. I'm going to swallow all your flesh and blood and see if I can convert the dragon essence. Chu Yang felt his hair stand on end. He cursed madly for being a pervert and ran even faster. In an instant, after passing through several maze-like intersections, Chu Yang had already darted up to the 5th level and hidden in the clouds. Yizue was still chasing after him, but the distance between them had already widened slightly. Finally, when he reached the 5th level, Chu Yang felt his body sink abruptly. The pressure on him suddenly increased by several hundred times. He forced himself to make a random turn and continuously quicken his pace. After making 7 to 8 turns and leaving Yizue behind, he finally heaved a long sigh of relief and leaned against the stone wall to rest for a while. Yizue's yelling and cursing was almost right in front of him, but he was running nonstop, searching for Chu Yang's figure. But Chu Yang was hiding not far away. He actually couldn't find him no matter how hard he tried. There's indeed something strange about this mountain. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He muttered inwardly, just keep running around here to look for me. It'll be best if you die of exhaustion. He hurriedly swallowed an incomplete version of the heavy pill and circulated his energy to heal his injuries. To his surprise, he discovered that wisps of black aura were being forced out from his hand. Demonic aura. Chu Yang couldn't help but be taken aback. When they were fighting in the forest, Yizue still couldn't force out the demonic aura, let alone use it to infect the human body. But now it had actually reached such a stage. Could it be that today's battle had actually given Yizue such a huge boost? Chu Yang felt more and more that this Yizue was definitely a disaster if he kept him alive. But now, there was really nothing he could do. Right now, he was still hiding from him, let alone killing him. How can I kill him? Chu Yang frowned, deep in thought. Right now, he had already changed his mind. It was already absolutely impossible for him to use Yizue to enter the Yi clan. Since that was the case, what was there to pity about killing him? You want to kill him? A soft voice actually rang out right next to Chu Yang's ear. Chu Yang could even feel the hot breath by his ear. A hand gently rested on his shoulder and even patted him on the shoulder. For a moment, Chu Yang felt as if his soul had left his body. A chill went down his spine, and all the hair on his body stood on end. With a whoosh, he shot out. What the heck? Who is it? Chapter 13:18. Chu Yang's whole body went limp at once. Oh my God, it's you. He sat on the ground with a thud, his whole body sweating profusely. Just now, he was really scared out of his wits. His heart almost jumped out of his throat. This person was actually a familiar face that he hadn't seen in a long time. Ning Tianya. Chu Yang was completely relieved. He was safe. He was finally safe. Why are you here? Ning Tianya frowned and looked at Chu Yang from the corner of his eyes. What are you doing here? Chu Yang snorted and hurriedly started to treat his injuries. I haven't asked you yet. Why are you here? Facing Ning Tianya, was definitely much easier than facing Buluqing. In Chu Yang's opinion, Buluqing wasn't easy to talk to, but Ning Tianya wasn't. Besides, according to Mo Qingwu, Ning Tianya was also the one who doted on his disciples the most. Of course I'm here for something. I have no choice but to come. Ning Tianya was very uncomfortable. Every time this little guy saw him, he wasn't very respectful. He was too casual. The last time in the northern wastelands, he was made a fool of by this guy. Of course I'm here for something too. I also have no choice but to come. Chiang rolled his eyes. After treating his injuries, Zhang Xian raised his head. Ning Tianya said angrily, "Nonsense, if not for you. Why would I be here?" Chu Yang was surprised. "Because of us?" Ning Tianya sighed and said, "It's because of you." Before the battle of slaying of the Tao that day, Ning Tianya was ambushed by the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing and was seriously injured. He couldn't recover in a short time, so he had to find a place to hide secretly. However, when he stole the fortune, Ning Tianya also got a share of that huge fortune. With the help of the fortune, Ning Tianya got through the initial crisis and his injuries improved. The destructive power of the sword intent gradually disappeared from his body. Then, the real recovery began. As the #1 expert in the world, Ning Tianya naturally knew where his injuries were the most beneficial. Therefore, he traveled day and night to the Pagoda Mountain. Although Ning Tianya didn't know what was going on, he knew for sure that it had something to do with the Tribulation Swordmaster. Since the Tribulation Swordmaster had done this, then, in Ning Tianya's heart, the crisis over there was naturally resolved. Therefore, he could only focus on recuperating. Anyway, Buluqing was taking care of his disciple. So, Ning Tianya was very relieved. A few months later, Ning Tianya, who had mostly recovered from his injuries, went out from the Pagoda Mountain. When he heard about Tu Dao, he was shocked on the spot. However, the real result and process of the battle against Tu Dao, no one knew about it. Ning Tianya made many inquiries, but he only knew that the second grandmasters of the 8 super clans and several hundred supreme martial artists had all died an unnatural death. As for the situation on Chu Yang's side, no one knew. After some time, it was said that Moon Breeze was still alive. However, there was no news of Buluqing ever since. Ning Tianya was so anxious that his injuries almost relapsed. He had no choice but to calm his heart and focus on recovering. He had only recovered for a few days and was preparing to go out. As luck would have it, Chu Yang bumped into this place. It was only after hearing about Ning Tianya's encounter that Chu Yang found out that Ning Tianya had actually also participated in the battle outside Tianji City that day before the slaying of Dao battle. "How are your injuries now?" Chu Yang asked. "Of course I'm fine now." Ning Tianya was rather smug. "In terms of actual cultivation, Wu Jueqing is about the same as me. Besides, at our level, as long as he didn't personally plant the poison in my internal organs, it wouldn't affect me at all. It wouldn't harm me. Only that astral sword strike caused me to be greatly surprised. The next time I see Wu Jueqing, I'll definitely have to battle him again." Ning Tianya chuckled. "I can't just let that bastard take advantage of me." Chu Yang's lips wriggled a few times, but he didn't say anything. "Right, where's Buluqing? How is he? Where's Xiaowu?" Ning Tianya asked excitedly. "Outside." Yi Zue's roars and shouts came closer and further away again. "Xiaowu is at my house now. She's very safe," Chu Yang said. Ning Tianya immediately felt that something was amiss. "Where's old Bu?" Chu Yang sighed. Elder Bu participated in the slaying of Dao battle. He was the main force there, fighting against Wu Jueqing, the Dharma Supreme, the second grandmasters of the 8 super clans, and more than 100 law enforcement officers and supreme martial artist experts of the 8 super clans. Ning Tianya's face turned ashen. With such a lineup, even if both he and Buluqing were to fall into it at the same time, there would be no chance of survival. In that case, could be that Buluqing... What exactly happened? Ning Tianya growled. Supreme martial artist Bu. After that battle, he ascended to heaven. Chu Yang sighed. Huh. Ning Tianya was dumbstruck. Could it be, Xiao Wu's soul has actually dissipated? Otherwise, why can't I sense anything here? Chu Yang murmured, he just ascended to heaven. Bastard. Ning Tianya's eyes reddened. Who killed him? He grabbed Chu Yang's collar and shook him fiercely. Even though I'm prohibited from participating in the Sword Master Heaven battle, I'll definitely slaughter the entire family of the person who harmed Xiaowu. Not even a chicken or a dog will be spared. Chu Yang was shaken so hard that his bones and muscles felt like they were going to break. Who said Balu Qing was killed? Ning Tianya was stunned. You mean? Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, I mean, he ascended to heaven. I didn't say that he was dead. Ning Tianya was dumbstruck again. What do you mean? Cough. He collapsed the sky and shattered the void. Chu Yang rubbed his shoulder. Ning Tianya was stunned for a while. Suddenly, his face turned red and he flew into a rage. He grabbed Chu Yang and said, Bastard, how dare you make fun of me? See if I don't arrange you into 3,000 different appearances. Chu Yang struggled and shouted, I didn't say that he was dead from the start. You said it yourself. Before he finished speaking, Ning Tianya smacked him heavily with his palm. Chu Yang screamed. He could clearly feel that his buttocks had split into 8 pieces. This was definitely not an adjective. It was really 8 pieces. Both buttocks were split into 4, and the muscles were completely staggered. Chu Yang's screams changed the pitch of his voice. You misunderstood. Who's to blame? It's a pity that I'm seriously injured. Ning Tianya ignored him and smacked him again. This time, the 8 pieces of buttocks were restored to 2 pieces. Then, with another smack, another 8 pieces of buttocks were split into different shapes. Smack, 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 smack. Chu Yang was hovering between life and death. His heart was already full of regret. Wouldn't it have been fine if I had honestly said everything in one breath? Why did I have to think that I was suddenly safe and even wanted to make a joke? Now I'm making a joke. Help, wait. Chu Yang shivered and finally remembered something. If you hit me again, I'll hit your disciple when I go back. Ning Tianya was stunned. He paused and suddenly flew into a rage. You actually dare to threaten me. My disciple's heart has already been stolen by you. She'll be your wife sooner or later. What does it have to do with me if you hit your own wife? Smack, 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 smack. It was getting heavier and heavier. Chu Yang was miserable beyond words. He struggled and shouted, Spare me, I won't. Before Senior Bu went to heaven, he left you a message. Chu Yang moaned. Ning Tianya stopped at once. What message? Right at this moment, Yi Zui's voice rang out. Chu Yang, hand over your life. Ning Tianya frowned. He grabbed the 2 pieces of meat on Chu Yang's buttocks and flew out with a whoosh. Chu Yang was extremely upset. He said discontentedly, Wouldn't it be better to just kill him? How peaceful would that be? Kill him personally? Ning Tianya snorted. Then don't you think that he's too prestigious? Chu Yang really fainted at this sentence. In the blink of an eye, he was already in the area surrounded by clouds and mist. Chu Yang only felt that he was rising all the way, and slowly, he felt that the air also became cold below. Yi Zui's shouts could no longer be heard. Yi Zui searched frantically for a while before he gave up resentfully. He found his own way out and then sped all the way back to the clan. He must mobilize experts here. Firstly, to teach Zhuge Han and the other bastards a good lesson. Secondly, to guard the way out of the pagoda mountain. No matter which direction that little brat came out, he must not be allowed to return alive. Yi Zui gritted his teeth. Chu Yang knew his biggest secret. If he actually walked out of the pagoda mountain alive, then could his secret still be a secret? It was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't announce it to the whole world. Chu Yang was just a fake extraterrestrial demon, but he seemed to be much more authentic than him. At least he had received the inheritance. Yi Zui's figure disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. And at this moment, at the top of the pagoda mountain, Chu Yang was facing a serious interrogation. Quick, tell me, what did Balu Qing say before he broke through the void? Ning Tianya was somewhat impatient. Chuyang only felt that his buttocks were no longer 8 petals, but had already become 17 to 18. He moaned. Supreme Martial Artist Bu laughed loudly and said, "What did he say?" Ning Tianya asked. Supreme Martial Artist Bu said, "Ning Tianya, you old bastard. You've been fighting with me for 14,000 years. You've been beaten up by me every time. You've been hung up on a tree to dry. I've beaten you to death every time. You're an old bastard, an old bastard." Chuyang groaned and said viciously. Then he said, "Please believe me. Baluching indeed said that." Ning Tianya's face was already pulled so hard that even his nose was crooked to one side. "I believe you. I believe you. Like hell I believe you." What followed was another round of torture. Chuyang could no longer scream, but a ball of black gas finally came out of his mouth. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Okay. The demonic energy is really gone. It's been forced out, no need." Chapter 1319. Chuyang, who was hovering between life and death, finally confessed. Earlier, Yi Zue's demonic aura had inadvertently invaded his body. As it was his first time coming into contact with it, Chuyang immediately suffered a great loss. Although he managed to expel it in time, part of it still entered his internal organs. Under the Sword Spirit's efforts, on one hand, Chuyang was really joking around to liven up the atmosphere. On the other hand, he used Ning Tianya's supreme divine might to draw into his body, and the Sword Spirit used it to successfully force the devil energy out of his body. At this point, he was completely relaxed. However, how could Ning Tianya's power be so easily borrowed? Although he clearly knew what Chuyang was doing, and was also deliberately cooperating with Chuyang to force out the devil energy, he was truly angry in his heart, and somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, this old man has cultivated well and has strong willpower. Otherwise, wouldn't I have cried because of your little trick? If that's the case, how will this old man have the face to see others? Therefore, Supremacy Ning's fury was undeniable. Now that he knew that this little girl was fine, if Ning Tianya didn't torture her fiercely, when would he? "Are you going to confess or not?" Supremacy Ning asked imposingly. "I'll confess. Your Excellency, please don't hit me anymore. I'll confess. I'll confess everything." Minister Chu's face was covered in tears and snot. "Quickly confess." "Yes, sir. Could you please stop first? My butt hurts a lot." Ning Tianya suddenly felt like laughing. He gave him another fierce slap, and only then did he stop amidst a certain someone's blood-curdling screams that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. "Hurry up." "Yes." At that time, Supreme Martial Artist Bu said, "When you see old Ning, tell him, I've fought for the title of #1 in the world for 14,000 years. Actually, I've long known that I'm not as good as him, but this time I've won. Ha! I'll wait for him up there to settle the score with me." Finally, Chuyang confessed everything. He recited the words that the Moon Breeze couple had said without missing a single word. "This bastard." A smile appeared on Ning Tianya's face. "Actually, I already knew that he would say that." Chuyang rolled his eyes. "You already know this. What else do you need me to say? Do you have nothing better to do?" But of course, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He just rubbed his buttocks in grief. The more he rubbed, the more painful it became. He couldn't possibly eat an incomplete version of the heavy pill just because of this small injury on his buttocks, right? That would be too much of a wastrel. Ning Tianya sat at one side, a faint smile on his face. "Heaven Palace. Heaven Palace. Ha! Little Boo has gone up this time. You're going to suffer." Why?" Chuyang asked curiously. "Above the heavenly imperial court. Our cultivation is too weak." Ning Tianya smiled. "Many years ago, I once went up there once. I went up once." Chuyang opened his mouth wide. "Yes, I've been there once." Ning Tianya sighed. "That place is really good. The spiritual energy is abundant, and the environment is beautiful. Spirit herbs and spirit medicines are everywhere, but the number of experts there is also frighteningly high." After only 3 days, he was thrown down. He said that he wanted me to watch over the sky. Ning Tianya said with some nostalgia. I watched the tribulation sword master succeed. The day the sword master succeeded. When I ascend to heaven. So that's how it is. Chu Yang suddenly realized. From what he could sense, Ning Tianya's cultivation should be much stronger than the others. However, in reality, they were on the same level. Chu Yang had long felt that something was off. So you suppressed your cultivation? Chu Yang asked. Not bad. If I were to release all of my cultivation, I would be able to do so. I probably shattered the void and left in an instant. Ning Tianya smiled. Touching his chin, he said, if Xiaobu knew about this, he would probably be very depressed. I'm depressed just listening to it. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Since you're done talking about me, let's talk about you. I'm not done yet. How is Xiaowu? Ning Tianya persisted. Helplessly, Chu Yang had no choice but to give a detailed account of everyone's situation. Only then did Ning Tianya relax. You came to this pagoda mountain by chance. You finally reached a certain level of fate. Ning Tianya's voice became serious. I knew that you would definitely come, but I didn't know that you would come so early. And the earlier you come, the greater your fortune. Fortune? Chu Yang asked, puzzled. Yes, fortune. Ning Tianya nodded affirmatively. Have you noticed that as long as you come from the north, you won't be able to see this pagoda mountain? But if you come from any direction other than the north, you'll be able to see it. Yes, I've noticed this problem. What's the reason? Chu Yang's biggest doubt was aroused at once. Ning Tianya smiled indifferently. The pagoda mountain, the pinnacle of yin and yang, overturning the earth with 5 layers. This is the pagoda mountain of the heavens continent. Chu Yang memorized it silently. This is the wonder of the pagoda mountain. The pagoda mountain is a combination of yin and yang. It hides countless secrets, and although this mountain doesn't look small on the surface, compared to other mountain ranges on the continent, it's still nothing. Those mountain ranges that span thousands of miles can be found everywhere on the continent. But when you really enter this pagoda mountain, you'll know that this mountain is far more than what it looks like on the surface. There's something else inside, and this is the first big secret of the pagoda mountain. The pagoda mountain is divided into different levels. The first and second levels are the foundation. From the third level onwards, every level is ever-changing. Even I can't figure it out. In fact, I've been on this mountain for so long, but I can't even figure out 1% of it. Thus, since ancient times, countless people have come to this pagoda mountain. Some people have come and left. However, there are too many people who have lost their way here. Even if they have the cultivation of a martial saint, they are still unable to leave. In the end, they starve to death here. Ning Tianya sighed softly. Even if a supreme martial artist can go without food for 3 months, or even 3 years, he still has to eat. Just by absorbing the spiritual energy of a universe can't feed a person. Compared to an ordinary person who gets lost, a supreme martial artist can only resist hunger for a little longer. Because this mountain can't be broken through by force. Even with my current cultivation, I can't destroy any stone on this mountain. When I fly, I can only fly into the clouds. I can't see any direction at all, and I can't fly out even if I want to. When Yi Qinshin came here for the first time, he couldn't get out for more than 2 months. No matter how he flew, he could only helplessly find that from beginning to end, he could only go in circles on the same spot. That's all. Chu Yang was astounded. It was just a mountain, but there were actually so many unfathomable mysteries. Ning Tianya said, every level of the pagoda mountain has another universe and another world. The pagoda mountain has one side of the netherworld and one side of the world of the living. This is the second great secret. In other words, if one comes from the north, he can't see it even if it's close at hand. Even if he's an ordinary person, he can still pass through the mountain if he bumps into it. But if one comes from the south, even a supreme martial artist, or even a second-grade supreme martial artist, has to climb step by step. The third great secret of the pagoda mountain is that it absorbs the spiritual energy of the universe day and night. The density of spiritual energy on the pagoda mountain is the highest among all the heavens. But ordinary people can only cultivate here for 3 years at most. After 3 years, no matter how unwilling you are, you can only come back 3 years later. And after I was injured, the moment I regained my mobility, I came here immediately. This is why. The founder of the Yi clan, Yi Chanshan, has to come here to cultivate in seclusion for 3 years, every 3 years. That's how it is. Logically speaking, after absorbing spiritual energy for hundreds of thousands of years, there should be countless heavenly treasures on this mountain. But in reality, no one has been able to find any effective herb on the pagoda mountain. Chuyang was already in a daze. He really didn't expect a mere mountain to be filled with so many mysteries. And it's full of fortuitous encounters. But it's not something that ordinary people can have. Those without fortuitous encounters will immediately take a detour, even if they're in front of a great fortuitous encounter. And Yizue was actually able to obtain the legacy of the heavenly demon from here. This is really a great surprise. However, the legacy of the heavenly demon doesn't belong to the pagoda mountain itself. So, there's a reason why Yizue could obtain it. The fourth great secret of the pagoda mountain. Every level has its own requirements. For example, Yizue, just now I brought you to the 8th level, he could only leave, because with his cultivation, he could only reach the 4th level. Law enforcement officer Lang Ilong used to come here every 3 years. But that fellow is also an anomaly. Every time he came, he would come from the north. He would first pass through the mountain and then go to the Yi clan. Then, he would head north from the Yi clan, find this mountain, and enter here. Chuyang felt a huge shock in his head. Law enforcement officer Lang Ilong. He came here every 3 years. His body swayed a little, and he couldn't help but sit down on the ground. There were even a few cracks on his buttocks. The moment he sat down, he raised his head and howled miserably. But in his heart, he finally understood. At this moment, Chuyang wished he could give himself 100 to 200 tight slaps across the face. I'm so stupid, really. I only wanted to think of ways to sneak into the Yi clan. I didn't even think of searching for a place with dense purple crystals outside the Yi clan, a place with great fortune. After all that, it turned out to be here. No wonder Lang Ilong said that it wasn't something that could be found easily. Instead, it required a certain amount of fortuitous encounters before one could discover that place. So that was the case. The law enforcement interrogation hall was located in the north. He had to come from the north every time, so of course, he wouldn't be able to see it. He had to pass through it and go to the south before he could turn around and head here. Chuyang sighed. A place with great fortune. This pagoda mountain was known to be the world's greatest secret. How could it not be a place with the greatest fortune? The night was bleak and cold. Who said that this place wasn't within the Yi clan's territory? As for the 3 sentences, purple chi comes from the east, the bright moon rises from the mountains. When heaven and earth shine together, he could just look at the moon himself at night. This was really a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it by sheer luck. Chuyang almost wanted to howl at the sky to express the joy in his heart. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.